Alors non, je ne joue pas à la manette. Non, tire-toi. Tire-toi, ce sera souris. Full souris, full souris, full souris. Je n'ai même pas mis en place mon chat. Je peux même pas voir que vous ne me dites rien. C'est quand même terrible. C'est quand même terrible. Voilà, là je peux vous voir. Là, je peux vous voir ne rien dire, c'est quand même beaucoup mieux. Bon. Charger une partie. Hop, la tente. Voilà. 3e jour déjà. Je sais pas combien il y a de jours, je sais pas combien c'est possible de faire. C'est vrai. Oh mon dieu, oui, c'est vrai qu'on avait une tenue incroyable. On avait trouvé une tenue incroyable. Pété. Oui, il y a les marqueurs, oui, mais oui, le jeu qui est derrière. Voilà. Alors, qu'on revoit un peu. Aider les fêtards à monter une boîte de nuit. Les flippadingues de l'église, voilà. On va trouver l'église. Pour ramener l'oiseau empaillé, ça peut être sympa. Fumeur au balcon. Ah oui, après 21h. Qu'on va après 21h qu'on revienne dans l'immeuble. Les signatures, on va les fausser. On va clairement les fausser. La boule, il faut qu'on trouve une boule. Il faut qu'on ait plus d'autorité, ça va être compliqué. Morel. Il faut toujours qu'on trouve Morel de ce côté-là de l'écluse. Faudra qu'on pense à demander des choses. Faudra qu'on pense à demander des choses. Oui, mais vraiment près du mur. Oui, ben, faut qu'on trouve du mazout avant. Lancement de Joyce sur le lynchage. Ouais, il faut que je trouve mon insigne. Pièce d'armure. Normalement, c'est fait, vu qu'on a les gants. Bref. Non, c'est un dessin vert. Pas aller là, hein, c'est l'église. Mon église en obscurité, plusieurs sont manqués. Un hôtel enveloppé par les ténèbres, un truc du genre. Pas trop sombre pour distinguer tout que ce soit. Et ici. Sainte Brune, 1147. Est-ce qu'on peut voir ce qu'il y a autour de l'église, peut-être? Non. Non. On va essayer d'entrer.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot down. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting. You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
En quoi est-il si moderne?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis.
Vous avez déjà vu ce symbole?
He takes off his glasses and uses a...
No.
Ça représente quoi selon vous?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
D'accord. Qu'est-ce que vous entendez par délinquance juvénile? Non, qu'est-ce qui vous fait dire ça?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Allez, on va essayer d'arracher l'autocollant sans le déchirer.
There's
Oui.
nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Est-ce que je le mets dans mon registre? Ou sur la couverture. Non, à la dernière entrée.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
D'accord, très bien. Eh ben, je prends, hein. Tâche secrète terminée, donne du style à votre paperasse. Allez, on va ouvrir le
The
cadenas.
lock turns easily.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes in the heart of the city.
Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe dans cette église? Mhm. Moitié terminé. Motif d'éclair, comme celui qu'on a vu dehors. Coloptère? Non, c'est fait exprès. Un style oublié depuis belle lurette. Et puis équations complexes qui ont l'air récentes. En lien avec la fréquence radio. Intéressant. Bol est rempli d'eau, un câble sous tension, il est plongé. C'est pas dangereux. Microphone de contact.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would, and then it's gone. Almost, it seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow. If not, sounds like the pale.
Comment tu sais quel bruit fait l'intangible?
From recordings of the far pale. You've heard them. We all have. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
On essaie de crier ou de taper du pied? On essaie de crier, non? Non, je...
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl,
Eh?
but the softest of whimpers.
Bah, taper du pied alors?
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more.
Qu'est-ce qui se
The
passe?
lieutenant points to...
Can you hear anything?
Ah, presque rien et ça commence à sérieusement m'inquiéter.
The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing, on its premises. He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though.
C'est possible ça? Scientifiquement parlant?
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Et si j'avais pas envie de savoir ce qui
The
se passe là-haut?
silence, the darkness, they've enveloped you. as in a
Attention,
cocoon.
c'est
You
parti!
cannot move.
Raté. J'ai rien vu.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
Oh, j'étais tellement proche. Comment sont les ténèbres?
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork. The sense of a... There's nothing. You're dizzy.
Officer, what are you looking at?
Oula. J'ai cligné des yeux.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you, with dark. Maybe it's possible to...
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Monsieur?
Is that a man? Looks more like part the crab man.
L'homme crabe. Non, 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 non. Qui va là?
The man leaned forward.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in general. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
Bon
Here
endroit.
you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the...
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to...
Hey, and what was that about? The bottle
Oh.
again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Sheesh.
Je suis policier, je suis là pour faire mon boulot, l'alcool ne m'intéresse pas.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
Très bien, merci.
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Ce que vous dites n'est pas entièrement faux. Vous prenez pour qui? Juste le détraqué du toit? C'est quoi ce délire?
It doesn't matter who I am, Way. I'm just bringing you the message of the mother's love. She don't want you to hang yourself on your own stubbornness.
Ouais.
This is the church of the mother of silence. You are what?
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is
Effectivement.
he, whatever it is, he's quite confident. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Jeune fêtard veut transformer l'église en boîte de nuit.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me.
Une seconde. Est-ce qu'ils ont une bonne raison d'avoir peur?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore.
Comment ça, je fais plus de mal à personne? Du coup, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de la boîte de nuit?
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. Might even be nice to have some company.
Vous devez être l'homme crabe.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Désolé, vous bougez pas trop comme un humain.
I always thought of myself more like a flame.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures.
Une seconde, c'est vous qui avez taillé ces sculptures?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
Ça plus, j'ai du mal à comprendre. Ça a l'air inachevé.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
Qu'est-ce que vous faisiez avant de devenir homme crabe et sculpteur?
I was in a gang way, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Moi aussi, j'ai perdu la mémoire, mais c'est pas grave ou non, ça me hante.
No, man. You gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch.
Do you remember your name?
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't
Fun fact,
just
un de
an
mes cousins
identity,
s'appelle Thiago.
but also your place amongst your fellas. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
Appelle Harry.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
Qu'est-ce que vous faites ici?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from
C'est
it
qui cette
directly.
merde de silence dont vous arrêtez pas de parler?
Oh, she is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't
Qu'est-ce
describe.
qui va vous arriver quand vous boirez directement de la
No,
brèche?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Ça revient pas à changer de drogue, tout simplement?
It's not like that at all, man. It's
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
La foi, c'est aussi une forme de drogue.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
On va dire qu'on n'a pas la même vision des choses.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
Je comprends toujours pas ce que vous
I
faites dans
know.
l'église.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
pouvez me chanter un truc?
I ain't from no Marietti. If that
Marietti is a mesque style of music and dance, commonly seen at all manner of festivity. He lost his cool there for a moment. Seems you hit some nerve.
Oh oh.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. You may be thinking, but firecrack. I'm a seraph, Holmes.
C'est
I
bien de
sing
chanter, on
the-
va tous chanter plus souvent.
You may be thinking. but
Comment vous vous êtes
fire-
retrouvé
hard to
ici?
say. I think I did some construction work here. Back when I still had my... Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way.
Ok, j'ai encore des
The
questions du coup?
sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Il y a longtemps que vous êtes ici. Depuis quand l'église est-elle déserte?
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its
Vous
job.
savez où trouver l'autre flippadingue?
That's what's so great. Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa.
The Aita is Grandma?
Une seconde, il y a quelqu'un dans l'église et c'est une viejita?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young.
Et vous savez pas où elle se
Well,
trouve.
that's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then.
Donc vous n'avez rien
We
d'autre à
got
me dire? À
different
quoi elle
interests.
ressemble? Que fait-elle?
I'm
Qui est-elle?
afraid not, essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
Or search through her radio computer.
D'accord, merci. Ah, il y a un truc là. Est-ce que c'est une écharpe, douleur transcendée? Ah. Écharpe en soie de longueur mesquin. Silhouette de cerf est dessinée dans le givre qui recouvre la vitre. Le givre a recouvert la vitre. Le verre d'auréole, difficile de le voir au travers. Alors, l'écharpe, c'est dans les vêtements. Douleur transcendée. Plutôt que de l'art dramatique, ce serait pas mal. Hein. Petite écharpe là. Voilà, comme ça on a bien l'air d'être un clodo. Parfait.
Sounds like you're the suicide cop, with his finger on the eject. You idiot. You don't have a gun or any. You've made such a big show out of it too. You feel like everyone basically expect. What is this? You're not ready to die. This is garbage.
Ah, c'est bien la preuve que j'ai envie de dire. Putain, c'est censé me donner me suicider ça? Ça me donne envie de me suicider?
Fine. Keep up the charade another day.
Non, je veux pas être un flic suicidaire, ça va pas, non? Les vitrailles colorées et craquelées. Marie a tissé cette toile au pied des... Hop là, tour d'un pilier en bois. Oh, des chaussures. Avec plus d'empathie. Oh, de l'argent. Des chaussures avec de l'empathie. Mes chaussures actuelles, elles font quoi? Ah, ça améliore la perception. Il me manque quoi? Empathie ou perception? Perception, c'est là. Perception 6, hein. Et l'empathie. Oula. Ouais, un bonus d'empathie, ça me ferait pas de mal. Petit bonus d'empathie, là. Voilà, plus simple. Ok. Oui, est-ce que tu peux vérifier ce que c'est ça? Quelqu'un détourne de l'électricité depuis l'extérieur, élément de cette antenne.
A machine stands in the corner. Watch.
A radio computer. And it's turned on. We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Possible, mais c'est quoi cette chose?
A radio computer. No, I don't know how to operate it or what it's used for.
This is the Ream Prefect radio computer. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model.
Une seconde, je vais jeter un œil.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connects. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machines glowing fresh. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments. smoldering in the dark like
Registre
fireflies.
février-mars.
This is the machine's filament, a bar of fabric right above the keyboard. The static gets louder.
Good morning, fortress accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
This is a human interface. A retired person sitting behind a switchboard somewhere.
C'est interface personne. C'est quoi le registre personnel?
The filament you have inserted into the core.
Pareil, du truc brillant avec un bout d'adhésif et l'inscription registre février-mars.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Je sais pas
Is
trop.
this the personal log?
Peut-être.
Ah, if you are unsure, could you please take a look?
Et comment je fais?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it.
C'est écrit
But the
registre
core
février-mars,
is
c'est tout.
good. Please repeat.
Let's look around. There's no... Maybe he knows something.
Je connais pas le mot de passe.
Received. I will write fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Merci, j'en appelle fini avec cet
Goodbye,
appel.
fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is still.
Ok, ici. Magnétograveur portable marque Harmon Wauchi. Deux platines de magnétolecteur tournent dans le vide. Monsieur,
Oh, hey, Way. There's coffee in the back.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
quoi cette histoire de café, ça me dit quelque chose?
Look, man. I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother.
Vous avez pas entendu le mot de passe de la Yerita par hasard?
Too many times, essay.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Je réalise une étude sur les mots de passe afin d'identifier les tendances régionales, dans une optique de protection du grand public, bien sûr.
Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death.
Après la vie, la
When you
mort.
think of that, makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it. I think we're done here, essay.
D'accord.
That was... however, I'm...
Très bien. Merci mon gars. Donc,
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
lecture.
The speaker.
Good morning, fortress
Réessayons, je
accident
pense
on
savoir le bon mot de passe pour le registre
Good.
personnel.
Please repeat.
Qu'est la vie, la mort.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please.
Ah,
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
portrait cet accident, ça me dit quelque chose.
The company on whose name the terminal you're currently using has been registered
Vous avez
to...
d'autres informations sur cette entreprise?
One moment. Fortress accident.
Des
SCF.
jeux radiophoniques interactifs révolutionnaires.
That's not bad.
Eh ben, c'est tout un concept.
I wouldn't know. I'm only here for passwords.
Et c'est quoi ces jeux radio interactifs là?
Any other questions?
Vous êtes quoi, vous, une machine ou une vraie personne?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and
Bonjour
my
Yvonne.
name-
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
D'accord, mais vous êtes où et comment vous savez où je suis?
I work as a repeater. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle. Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do for you.
Eh ben, merci.
Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still
Ok,
illuminated.
impression.
The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February,
4 février 51.
arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. The lieutenant leans closer. scouring the
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Pensez que ce registre est lié à l'affaire?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place. That the sea, ridden with narcotics. Just like on 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new
Pourquoi ça vous a mis en
antenna.
tête?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna.
Simo.
Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art, but at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand
Perte de
how
données.
it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
La perte de données?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. And for something about the backup data getting destroyed. And how everyone thought it was
C'est qui
your
ces
fault.
artistes, ces programmeurs,
keep
c'est
reading.
Lexi?
Her friends? Colleagues? She must be quite
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's
the strike. We are nearing the day. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back.
Is she talking about?
Ouais.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real,
Colonne de
and I'm
silence
not
de 3
just
mètres de
losing
diamètre.
my mind. It's
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural
Qu'est-ce
quirk?
que c'est que ça?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came. That disco man must be a cell.
Sûrement à sel.
Girl on the ice?
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles, crackers, ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum. You're really interrupted by the sound of the church door. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Ah! Bonjour madame.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Oui, bien sûr. On s'occupe d'une affaire annexe pour le compte d'organisateur de concert.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room.
We should talk to her. After...
What is it?
Excusez-moi, mais vous êtes qui en fait? Qu'est-ce que vous fabriquez ici?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help.
Did she say over 16 years of That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Est-ce que vous avez déjà vu l'homme crabe?
No.
Mais vous savez qu'il est là.
Yes.
Lui, il vous a vu.
And?
Bah, comment ça? Et alors, l'homme crabe vous a vu?
I don't care. I don't care about crab men.
Qu'est-ce qu'elles font là, toutes ces machines?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Pourquoi vous avez besoin d'une antenne?
I use the AR1 as my RAM prefix processing unit.
Le RAM préfix, c'est votre radio-ordinateur, c'est ça? Et cette antenne, c'est son processeur?
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Non, je suis pas un bidouilleur informatique. Je m'y connais un peu.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Comment ça, dans les airs?
On the front. The unified front of radio waves. License and it's all around us.
Like love.
Et la R1, c'est une bonne antenne?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it, but it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your anyway. You should do some research before you decide to buy anything.
Qu'est-ce que vous
Ask
fabriquez
around,
avec votre
compare the
radio-ordinateur?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting a...
Sur quoi?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus.
Votre imperfect, là, c'est pas un radio-ordinateur exclusivement réservé au personnel gouvernemental?
So you do know something about computers.
Oui, c'est ce que j'ai dit.
You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government.
Vous travaillez pour le gouvernement?
No, I don't.
Du coup, pourquoi vous en avez un?
Because I needed something good for my investigation and Reims. Besides, owning a...
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see ream prefects in every police department.
Où est-ce que vous voulez
for
être
example.
procuré?
I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the coalition. A prefect is mainly based on the same technology as Reims Civic. So it's kind of a rip-off. But it does have better compatibility with newer
Ça sert à quoi,
antennas. They are
Sébastien?
connected to my Reims prefect. Whatever you do...
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Ça marche, je vais essayer. Question suivante.
Great.
Alors, question suivante, je vais vous abandonner quelques instants. J'ai une nécessité d'alerte sanitaire. Ah, tout de suite. je suis de retour. On y retourne. Alors, qu'est-ce que vous faites dans une église abandonnée?
You really like those questions, don't you?
Je suis flic, les flics, ok, pose tes questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me
Genre de
out. I'm
recherche?
looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal logs. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Est-ce que le trou est lié à la perte de données mentionnée dans le registre?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Un trou dans le monde, ça veut dire quoi exactement?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
On le mesure grâce aux données recueillies sur tout ce qui l'entoure, les trucs qui existent.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Hydro transducers. So
Pas bête.
that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
C'est à peu près où on peut le trouver, ce trou?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the...
Pourquoi
There's
cet
this
endroit?
place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem
Plus
to
vous
be
montez,
ceased.
moins vous captez. Plus vous montez,
I've
moins vous
named
captez.
it
Ok.
Swallow.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's...
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
C'est là que le crabe s'est
I
installé.
know.
Pensez pas que le crabe a une part de responsabilité dans cette histoire?
No, I don't.
Vous avez dit que vos recherches n'avançaient pas. Pourquoi ça?
Because it's just trial and error. Trying to locate the swallow, the exact... And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just
Tout
stop
ce que je voulais
talking
savoir au
like
sujet
you
du
were.
terrifiant trou de 2 mm dans la réalité, pour l'instant.
Great. Thanks.
Vous en pensez quoi de l'anodic dance music?
What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Est-ce que vous avez déjà écouté de l'anodic music? Pour de vrai?
Yeah. Like all the time. Maybe I'd
Ah.
have to be on drugs to get it. But to a sober mind, it just
D'accord,
sounds
d'accord.
like uninspired
Mais
rock.
une boîte de nuit spécialisée dans
No
l'anodic
idea
dance
what it
music,
has
vous en
to
direz
be.
quoi?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you.
Qu'est-ce que
It's
c'est
not a-
alors?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Oh, un club pour les jeunes, ce serait sympa.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs with you.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Par rapport au
Swallow, you
trou.
mean? Great. Thanks.
Bon, je vous laisse bosser tranquillement. Alors, qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Aider les fêtards. Dites à André que Sunan pense ce qu'elle pense, que c'est de la merde. Faudrait que je cherche après.
In white, silver, and apricot faience,
Oh.
the young mother of humanism stands above you. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Pourquoi pas?
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There,
Fermez
you
les yeux
kneel among
d'abord.
the snow. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks, the ocean feels distant. Its ebb and flow blocked off. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, late. She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
Accepte la perte de quelqu'un qui est encore en vie. C'est le deuil.
As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window.
Alors.
Above you, the woman still smiles.
Dolores Day.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez.
Vous connaissez
Or
cet
the
endroit?
swamp. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals
Vous pouvez m'en dire
roamed.
plus?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Setsa, they call
Oh.
them. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted.
Respectful. Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism?
Vous êtes un adepte du DeLoreanisme, Kim?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
Mhm.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling.
Je savais pas que vous étiez croyant.
enigmatically.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional.
Alors,
The DeLorean system does not demand faith.
comment est-ce que je sais
On
qu'il
y est
s'agit de la mère de
convaincu.
l'humanisme?
It's a mystery.
Putain!
A mystery sprinkled with self-pity. All you know is, this is the young mother of humanity, and that you should go.
Putain, 92%, je le foire.
Escape her sad, worry-worn look.
Si j'essaie de reconstituer le vitrail.
A jigsaw of
Okay.
broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath
Qu'est-ce qui a
the
détruit ce
young
vitrail?
unknown. A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break.
Et la vieille madame?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen, her innocence, small figures of wise men, common men. Worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret
La
servicemen,
devise. Le message qui dit quoi?
below both women, in luminous black letters. Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Après le monde de l'intangible, le nombre de...
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism. A summary of the
En fait,
effect
non, il y avait
of
une
the
inscription
discovery
après
of
la vie,
this
la mort, après...
Death, life again. This exaltation is common in DeLorean sacralism.
Oh!
In the early years, it was even incorporated.
Quelle raison?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine.
Oh! Oh, les grosses merdes. Du coup, c'est quoi la devise de l'MCR maintenant?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Je préfère l'autre. Putain de merde.
So do I.
Ok.
The mother of humanism towers above you.
Putain, faut que
A
je...
wax painting
J'ai foiré
on
un
a
truc
cracked
d'encyclopédie,
pane of
quoi.
glass. Nothing has
Je pense que c'est pas assez important pour ça. Donc, il faut toujours qu'on trouve l'autre. Bon. On va sortir, parce qu'on a tout fouillé hein, dans cette église, complètement. On a tout fouillé, On va regarder ce qui se passe à côté. On retourne dans la tente des camés. Juste fait voir au niveau de la carte. Carte. Donc nous on est à l'église. On est ici. Il faudrait que je retrouve quand même les cryptozoologues, sûrement au parc d'attractions, ou peut-être là-haut. Je sais pas. André, mon ami André. Comment te dire que ce que tu fais ne plaît pas à tout le monde?
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Ah, je peux retenter ça.
Nothing jumps out to you.
Quelque chose qui
Nothing.
cloche,
How
non?
about you get out and breathe?
Oh.
The air in the tent is too thick for
Je vais
you.
aller faire un tour dans l'église.
What happened?
J'ai discuté avec l'homme crabe.
Oh man, who is he? What did you think?
Honnêtement, il a l'air sympa. Il accorde une grande place à la spiritualité.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Passe ses journées à prêcher et à prier, visiblement.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah. Noid is right.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
À mon avis, il n'abandonnera pas l'église. Il va se réfugier au plafond, vous n'aurez aucune chance de l'attraper.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly.
Il va falloir apprendre à vivre avec lui.
I guess it's not a massive problem.
Everyone is welcome. Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker?
L'utilité centrale, mais l'ancienne programmeuse est intervenue.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the
Il m'a dit que vous
nightclub?
cachiez des choses.
Come on, man. Who feels alone?
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
Peu enthousiaste. L'amour, non, je le sens pas trop là.
You'll get there, believe me. Anyway, now that it's settled, how
L'idée de
did
la
you
discothèque
see?
lui plaît pas.
What a pity. That's my favourite.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see? Unity.
Il bougera pas tant qu'elle aura pas fini avec son projet.
And you can't just evict her.
Non, je vais pas l'expulser, faut trouver autre chose.
Look at you. No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a... If that's okay with her, we only want to get in... The lines in the dark exist.
At least Crabman seems like an...
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like...
Ah non, elle la déteste.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
Je veux pas la flanquer dehors, mais je peux essayer de la convaincre.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend.
On retente.
Nothing jumps out to
Putain,
you.
mais d'après souvenir, il cache des
Nothing,
choses.
haven't they? Or maybe it's that. How about you get out and breathe?
Bordel.
The air in the tent is too thick for you to think clearly.
Je vais pas grimper ma logique. Oh là là. J'ai déjà grimpé en plus. Il y a des trucs plus intéressants à grimper. Bordel. Allez, on va péter la logique.
Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how things go?
Nothing.
Mais
jumps
bordel de
out to
merde!
you. How about you get out and breathe?
Goodbye, officer.
Putain, tout ça pour ça. Alors. Du coup, pardon. Blablabla, oui, c'est gentil. Donc. Coopérer avec les fêtards. Ça va être compliqué. On va voir de ce côté-là s'il n'y a pas quelque chose. Faut pas y aller? Non. C'est honteux. Oh. À votre droite, un cormoran au ventre blanc. Vous me regardez avec méfiance. Bah, tant mieux pour lui. Ah, faut que j'essaie de grimper là-haut. Ce qui est facile. Bon, on va essayer de discuter. Est-ce qu'on peut pas s'arranger d'une façon ou d'une autre?
Yes, what is it?
Vous êtes peut-être pas obligé de partir, j'ai discuté avec Presse Monter Argent.
I don't want to make anything work.
Vous pouvez pas faire le moindre geste?
Yes, anything. Good.
Ok, c'est noté. Allez! Allez!
Easy. When her research is done, she
À
can
propos
move
de
out.
vos recherches, vous avez dit qu'elle n'avançait pas beaucoup. Peut-être que je peux vous donner un coup de main.
What? No, I don't really need any help.
Si je
with
vous aidais à
project.
boucler votre projet, vous seriez plus obligé de cohabiter avec les voisins bruyants dans une église. Oui, moi je dis ça comme ça.
She thinks about it. A glossy.
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
Ouais, une copie hors site et pourquoi vous en avez
It's
besoin?
a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored.
She's making it.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the.
Hold
Ok.
on. If it's called an offsite copy, then why is it still on
C'est pas un peu
site?
bizarre une copie de secours hors site conservée sur place?
Oh God, not this again.
Basement. Sounds.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the base. We clear?
Votre ancien bureau parle du sud Fortress Accident dans le bâtiment industriel situé sur la
Yeah,
place.
that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Oh putain. La libraire? Plaisance.
That's her name, I believe.
Et elle est où exactement cette copie hors
There's
site?
this giant ice bear fridge in the building.
Ah, le
somewhere.
frigo était là.
Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
Pourquoi vous pouvez pas aller le chercher vous-même, votre filament?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever
Vous
that
avez dit-
means.
Vous avez quelque chose à voir avec la malédiction?
Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore.
Qu'est-ce qui lui
and she
fait
won't
croire
let
que vous
me
étiez
in.
à la
Because she's
malédiction?
from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never
Oh,
ever
putain.
seen a radio computer. She thinks it
Vous êtes
emits
sûr que vous
elemental
êtes
heat.
pas en train de grossir le trait?
No. She literally started praying for the hot.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that. So what I need you to do here
Oh
is
putain,
go
ça
have a
marche, je
talk
récupère
with
la
her.
copie hors
Thanks.
site.
And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offside copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
Combiotique AR2 Donc ça. Bon bah je vous laisse bosser tranquillement. C'est dans outils, bien sûr. Ouvrir les conteneurs verrouillés. Ah. Très bien, ça c'est mieux que le... hop là. Oula. Oh là là, le top du pied de biche. Ça a l'air beaucoup mieux que la pince coupante. Ok. Est-ce que je pourrais juste retrouver la cryptozoologue? Enfin, le mari de la cryptozoologue. Avant d'aller chercher des choses. Oh là 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 là, tout ça pour ça. Pourquoi des fois on s'imagine des trucs, mais c'est juste... Un téléphone off service réseau fracassé comme si quelqu'un a tout raccroché. Raccroché trop brutalement. Ok, tout ça pour démolir le dôme en plastique.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could... You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Let's go.
Calling. Still. End of tone.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre?
Say you're not Pierre. That seems like a better idea. You don't know why.
Non, c'est pas
Do
Pierre.
you have any news about Pierre?
Qui est Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit. But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame.
Je suis pas de marcheur, j'ai appelé un numéro au hasard.
country.
Je sais pas qui je suis, mais qui êtes-vous?
It was.
Pause. There is silence.
You won't get me.
Phone. Hang. Disconnect. Tone.
Est-ce que c'est le numéro que j'ai composé ou 155. Non. Je retente, hein.
Calling. Still calling. Someone.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're... No. What you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone.
Oh putain. Girard. Oh nom de connard. Putain. Ah, va chercher ta femme, tu veux bien?
Who is this?
Quoi? C'est Harry, passe-moi là, j'aime pas attendre.
Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that?
Oh, cette réplique! Mec, il va appeler quelqu'un au hasard pour dire ouais, je suis le mec qui baisse ta femme, pas de problème. Guillaume le
Very
million.
funny, asshole. Why don't you grow up?
Phone. Hang. Disconnect. Tone.
Bon. Peut-être un numéro intéressant à un moment, hein, j'en sais rien, mais... Pour le moment, on n'a rien, c'est des numéros au hasard.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing. It's streaked with dried seagull shit
Ew.
and tangled with pieces of seaweed. It seems likely that it was left in the soot.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Bah, c'est peut-être un indice.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket?
No.
Me neither.
You should still take it.
Veste crasseuse. On va quand même l'inspecter. Fais voir, interagir, la veste.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Comment elle peut devenir aussi crade?
It's a sordid, filthy tale. No, some secrets are better left uncovered. It occurs
J'y
to you
réfléchis.
that you're not even holding the jacket. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Dégueulasse.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in
Ew.
mud. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster.
Ah. Fuck. Carte postale. Toit de fortune, ils ont essayé de rendre la ville habitable. Protège pas de la pluie, de la neige ou du vent. Une balance payante. N'a pas été utilisée pendant une décennie. Enfin, la bâche en rouge. Ah. Ah, plus d'encyclopédie et moins 1 en perception. Lunettes mégataupe thérapeutique. Alors, on a la carte postale, certes, mais là. À l'heure actuelle, j'ai des lunettes qui me donnent plus 1 d'empathie et qui font moins 1 en logique. Ah, c'est ça qui m'a déglingué. C'est pas grave. Plus d'encyclopédie et moins de perception. On peut essayer. Oui, il y a de l'argent ici. Hop là. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Gros fût à vin, il est vide. Ah, il y a quelqu'un là.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Pas si vite, c'est horrible.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous something cold. The signs of decaying meat. It announces itself from 24 meters away.
Kim, c'est quoi cette
The
odeur?
lieutenant
Eyes up, detective.
Ces planches ont l'air pourries et peu résistantes.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Bouteille.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor.
A tragedy.
Le paquet.
Whoever tossed it here was
Astra.
a Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes.
Et le
You see
kebab.
traces of mayonnaise and
Shish kebab
ketchup. It's
revachol.
no older than a day or two.
Un jour ou deux.
It's hard to concentrate in the smell.
Le monsieur.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been
2
dead
jours,
for
pas
2 days.
plus.
No longer.
Calm now. Carefully.
Alors,
Just
examinez les
another day.
alentours.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. And be very, very careful where you step here.
Examinez le papier chewing-gum.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The blackness of death. Stench.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's too. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
La bouteille.
A 0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap.
Tear all around us.
Tête
A
de l'homme.
dried chunk of blood covers the head. This is what killed.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
Difficile à dire.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A dried. This is what killed.
I don't see any other major
Ah,
wounds.
juste celle-ci à l'arrière de la
Seems like
tête.
the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of
They screech under your feet ominously. You see waves churning below. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Examinez ses vêtements.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a... The leather jacket suits him well. You find some sunflower seeds
Carte de
and a
bibliothèque pliée.
rain-soaked library card folded into two.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Ok.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk, and a bad fall. It might have been dark outside. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water, height 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair.
Et
Looks
cet
like
homme?
one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't, but that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
Je pense que le cataloguer comme alcoolique est un peu prématuré. On n'en sait rien.
We do know that he was married.
Oui, ça oui.
But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now,
C'est
all
passé
we
quoi, à
know is
votre
that
avis?
his death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Pour avoir un lien avec le lynchage?
No, I don't see anything that...
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not?
Vous croyez qu'il était bourré?
Oh yes.
Intoxication alcoolique et insuffisance hépatique?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Et le kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from an...
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Quelqu'un devrait être tenu responsable du mauvais état de cette promenade, c'est dangereux.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the court. Not that sealing it off would... It
Ma
does
foi.
seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait de lui?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station.
Attendez,
and
on fait
leave
pas
this
une
for-
autopsie sur site?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death... I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report.
Ouais,
And leave it
mais
at that. It
c'est
would
pas
serve
un
as
peu
at
trop
least-
simple?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
On l'a trouvé, on devrait s'en charger.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my...
Ok. Alors justement, la carte de bibliothèque pliée là.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet
Jeanne
to the
Roxanne.
touch. The front
Billy
side
Méjean.
reads, Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55.
Good.
Okay.
We should give them a call from my kinema.
Ok.
See if we can learn.
Good idea. There was plenty.
Ok. On sait quoi faire avec ce nouveau corps. La bibliothèque municipale et appeler le poste pour leur signaler. Et là, les hommes hors service. Arrêtez de faire musique avec le téléscope. Accrochez-vous à quelque chose, le vent souffle fort. J'aimerais juste regarder là-dedans.
There's some tear. Too empty. No, there's more in there.
A tragedy.
Est-ce que je peux pas m'équiper de ça?
There's some tear. Too empty. No.
A tragedy.
Non, je peux pas les ramasser. Je peux pas les ramasser. Merci de me laisser le super décompresseur 3000. Merci. Avec mes cigarettes. Oh 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 oh. Sûrement de l'agneau, une odeur savoureuse de fermentation flotte jusqu'à vos narines. C'est non. Il suffit. Donc là, ça me laisse ce genre d'endroit. Et si je continue un peu sur la côte... De toute façon, la kinema, j'avais un appel à passer. Tac, 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 tac. Par ici, il n'y a rien. Ah, ah, ah. Baril jeté récemment qui en passe le mazout. Achète 5 jusqu'à la référence jusqu'à on ne sait où. Putain. Faut fort de faire tourner la machine entière.
Yes.
Non, 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 rien.
An old door worn by elements.
C'est quoi ce truc?
It's military. A service
Attendez,
depot.
pourquoi?
A washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
It may have been used to serve as an aerostatic battleship in the atmosphere.
Ouais.
Or a
Si c'est impossible, c'est non.
like a sea.
Il va falloir une clé ou quelque chose pour y entrer vu que ça a l'air assez unique. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Un polo blanc. Oh. Est-ce que ça peut être mieux un polo blanc pour ce que j'ai? Conceptualisation plus 1, suggestion moins 1. Ouais, toujours mieux que ma chemise crasseuse, j'ai l'impression. Hein. Ok. Tac, tac, tac. Par ici. Ceci. Ok. Feu de camp. Ah, quelqu'un fait un feu de camp, c'est peut-être notre aventurier. Petite commande rouillée et cassée pour le pylône de la radio. Ouh, une cravate, un foulard parfumé. Plus 100 en frisson, moins 2 en instrument physique. Le cric au loin et les piquets disparaissent à l'horizon. Le foulard, le foulard, le foulard. C'est lui là qui offrira plus de frissons. Alors que lui il m'offre de la douleur transcendée. Il ferait perdre 2 en instrument physique. Trop rouillé pour compter dessus, elle a été rongée par l'air marin. Gérer le trafic naval de la baie. Et ben, on est allé tout au nord de là. Ouais, nous on est bien au nord là. Ça on l'a vu, on n'a pas vu la grande roue, la grande roue elle a disparu. Faudrait qu'on continue un peu au sud de ça. À l'ouest de la cabane des pêcheurs, c'est peut-être là-bas que se trouve notre explorateur. Notre grand playboy des fonds marins. Donc là, il faudrait une espèce de clé pour y entrer. Ou quelqu'un qui a un accès militaire ou quelque chose. Pour le moment, c'est impossible. Impossible. J'essaie d'aller là. Ah, un quelqu'un. Alors déjà ça, qu'est-ce que c'est? Barreau recouvre les longues fenêtres poussiéreuses, ouais. Là, c'est tout l'accès au truc, ok. Je pourrais carrément y aller.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime.
Maintenant, vous arrivez à voir ce qu'il y a à l'intérieur?
No. I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Mais vous pouvez encore tirer?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works.
His hands lead the way when it comes to...
Monsieur. Ah, visite parentale.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinaise? I'm Tran Heilostam.
Nice to meet you.
Attendez, en hyper... Quoi?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Attendez, qu'avez-vous dit à propos des fenêtres déjà?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south
Vous
wall.
connaissez Kim?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in...
The man speaks in the artificial cadence.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Oh.
Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut trouver de si fascinant dans un vieux bâtiment
Aha,
vide?
but it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, with...
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its
J'avais jamais entendu
and
parler
metal
de Feld
carcass.
Agricole avant.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial income. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Felt had an ace up their sleeve.
C'était
Or
quoi
should
cet
I-
atout?
It was here in Martinaise, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototype. An
L'ordinateur
elegant
à
folding
bande.
mechanism of rollers and Faraday ribbons, portable enough, which is a feat of engineering, even today's giant.
He assumes something like a combat stance.
Que s'est-il
Indeed.
passé?
What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary all of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinaise proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built
Donc
this side of
que
town for
Feld
R&D.
Agricole a construit cette promenade.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinaise was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the process.
Qu'est-il arrivé aux ingénieurs et aux gens
Oh,
d'entreprise?
I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail.
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
Il veut dire qu'ils sont tous morts des mains des communistes. Ouais, parlons des ordinateurs à bande. On va pas traumatiser le gamin.
Tape computers.
Qu'ont fait les révolutionnaires avec ces ordinateurs haute technologie à
They
bande?
used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases.
C'était quoi?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly
A short-lived legislative.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to River Shawl on her political concept album, Bombessier. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver verm on the cover of the book. Already
Comment
forgetting
fonctionnent les
about this
ordinateurs à
part of
bande?
the
Est-ce qu'ils
discussion.
fonctionnent comme des radio-ordinateurs?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer means.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say.
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Le centre Wumpty Dumpty Dom? Wumpty Dumpty Dom? Paul Ackerman, Qu'est-ce, qu'il, juste? Je périche rien du tout de ce que vous racontez.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels.
Vous inventez tout ça? Qui est-ce qui invente tout ça?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Sympa. La MCR devrait s'en procurer quelques-uns.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the
Dans des
revolutionary
expérimentations de lecture de
setting fire
Feld.
to the... Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report
Pourquoi les
it as the
révolutionnaires l'ont
Feld. Who
détruit?
knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way,
Je voulais vous demander
but of
autre chose.
course, what else?
Vous avez l'air riche, c'est le cas?
I do have some money, yes, but that's...
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Alors, si ce n'a que peu d'importance, je pourrais en avoir un
Oh
peu?
no, I don't have it on me, officer. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him a...
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff.
Fais de la muscu?
I do some Lomantang.
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the
Originaire de
island
l'île de
of Lo
Lomantag, hein.
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting.
You doze off as he paints you a comprehend man.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying?
Je me souviens pas vraiment de ce que je disais.
Then I guess everything got said, right? I do some
Lo Mantang.
Je me moque de la
stick
pratique, je veux
fighting
savoir à
is
quelle
a
fréquence vous
form
vous
of
entraînez de temps
martial
à autre, ça veut
arts.
dire quoi, une fois par semaine?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my
Donc c'est
doses
quoi,
have
2 fois par
grown a
semaine, un
little
jour sur 2?
peculiar.
C'est vraiment difficile de se concentrer sur une question avec vous.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner. For
Voilà.
4 hours.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps it. Sure. What's on your mind? Actually,
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did...
Wait. What the hell is a what?
Yes,
Ordinateur à bande.
tape computer. But of course. What
Merci
else?
pour toutes ces
No,
infos.
thanks to you for having...
Pick your brain, if anything.
Ah, est-ce que c'est pas lui? Boîtier d'alimentation qui alimente plus rien, elle est vide. Clôture bloque passage, impossible de passer par là. Ouh, du nosafed, très bien ça. Ouh, 5 balles, oui.
You see, a once bright mural towering, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time
Demain
ago.
est à portée de main.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Ouais. Pouet, 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 pouet. Et oui, j'ai plus de place. J'ai plus de place pour ces trucs-là. Ok. Peut-être on a trouvé notre explorateur, attention. Ça en a l'air, hein. Alors que là, il y a quelque chose. Notre bateau dans le hangar à bateau aujourd'hui. Magnésium, oui. Ouh, lunettes XXL de Superstar. Ça, c'est oui. Plus de mise en scène. Avec des réflexes surhumains. Et de la projection analytique. Ok. Monsieur. Messieurs. Cache minuscule construit avec minutie.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
There's a cylinder on the...
Who's there?
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
Vous devez être Morel, le
So
cryptozoologue.
what do I owe?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your
Vous n'avez pas l'air enchanté de croiser un membre de la MCR.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy.
Lena m'envoie et se fait du souci et souhaite que
What's this
vous
about?
rentriez.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water...
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez.
L'écluse a été réparée, je l'ai traversée à pied.
Oh, good.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lane...
Sir, your...
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
Parlez-moi de ce fameux phasmidé.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find.
Pourquoi est-il
Which
si
is
difficile
why
à
we
dénicher?
can- Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around. And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques
Et de
to
quel
protect itself
mécanisme de
from
défense il
predators.
se sert pour se
It's
cacher?
my hypothesis that it has evolved, but I cannot describe how these
A ghost insect, he said? These people are looking
Un insecte
for a ghost.
fantôme. Vous traquez donc des fantômes.
No, that is precisely what we're not. We are zoological
Quelle est la
specialists.
taille du
I'm
phasmidé?
expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is
Ah oui!
about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Un insecte qui fait cette taille quand même, hein? La vache! Quoi, ce qui vous fascine autant est forcément des animaux intéressants, non?
typical rookie assumption. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my... of
Vous avez
very
découvert quoi
little,
jusqu'ici?
I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen.
Personne n'a
So
jamais
all
réussi à le
that-
surprendre.
Not yet.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof...
I know it's real.
It's clear
Ah.
that his obsession with the fat
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is
D'après
more
Lena,
than
quelqu'un
mere
l'a perçu à la
superstition.
Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sight. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for
Peut-être
this
qu'il s'est
species.
éteint.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature.
he means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population.
Malin.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect.
Parlez-moi de ces
It's one-
pièges.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite
C'est elle qui les a
cleverly.
conçus?
Yes,
Comment ils marchent?
simple. Attracted by the locust, at least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution.
Qu'est-ce que vous
We
utilisez
didn't
comme
want
appât?
it locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are heard.
Inside the traps, a meat-eating stick insect. Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Une phasme carnivore, c'est improbable, non?
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the
Qu'est-ce que vous
traps.
comptez faire si les pièges marchent
To
pas?
sac- They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's
Je peux vous poser une
Yes.
question?
What?
Comment êtes-vous devenu cryptozoologue?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles.
C'est un rêve de gosse qui
Searching
devient
for
réalité,
crypt-
donc.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Vous avez déjà découvert un cryptide?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of
Et du
trying.
coup, combien de cryptides ont
To
été
state
découverts?
of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long.
Ah.
Two are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing
Il n'y a
stages
que
of
deux
discovery.
faces midées dont l'existence
Refutation,
est confirmée.
The Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With
2
cryptids,
sur 4000, ça fait même
most
pas
cryptids
1%.
are hoaxes. In fact, it is 0.0.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his
Pourquoi
opinion.
ne pas se contenter de la zoologie?
No.
Alors, on va voir ça.
Of the list, two are yes. We cryptozoologists, indeed.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his
Pourquoi ne se
opinion.
pas contenter de la zoologie? Les vrais animaux sont tout aussi énigmatiques.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is
Non, c'est
superstition.
un métier comme un
Everyone
autre.
does. Indeed. My methods do not differ.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
La plupart du temps, la vie vous réserve de mauvaises surprises.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit a small one.
Est-ce que vous avez découvert quelque chose de véritablement surprenant?
No. As I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid. Although I have...
Interesting.
De quel genre de
Something for later.
preuves est-ce que vous
This
vous
close
servez?
call.
Everything from forgotten regional...
He's interested in things that people believe that
Vous pensez que les autres scientifiques ne prêtent pas suffisamment attention au genre ordinaire?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation.
Ok.
Yes?
Parlons de cryptides spécifiques.
All right. What...
we would have to discuss. He wants to say.
Quel était
but
le cryptide
decides
que vous avez
against.
failli attraper? Vous avez dit qu'il s'en restait fallu peu.
A willow person. It's a long story.
Willow people? Not at all.
C'est quoi les solifères?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily.
Une seconde, vous voulez dire que j'ai peut-être croisé un solifère sans le savoir?
You probably have.
Comment comptez-vous surprendre un solifère?
Harry and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. After waiting in hiding, I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't...
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock some... Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes...
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
Vous pouvez me parler d'un cryptide, n'importe lequel?
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. Me? I'm not a people
Parce qu'à parlant
person
d'autre chose.
by all means.
Elle veut vraiment que vous
And
rentriez.
I'm eager to return to her. My wife understands that.
Come on, Morel.
And leave the traps.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out
Je savais
soon.
pas que les accords étaient en importance au face du
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting. On record.
She's seen it.
Vraiment, elle a vu le face-midé? Elle en avait pas parlé.
Yes. That's how we first... Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together.
Et si vous retournez au Whirling le temps de vous réchauffer, quitte à revérifier les pièges plus tard?
No. The trap...
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
On pourra peut-être vous aider à vérifier les pièges.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Bah, la cryptozoologie et le métier d'enquêteur sont très similaires.
Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research.
Où sont les pièges?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower. The third is set near the canal. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a
Alors, au
technicality,
sud, en
but
gare à
still,
bateau, on l'a
better safe
vu.
and stupid than sorry.
Notre Finistère au nord-est, derrière la petite dune sur le chemin qui mène à la vieille tour, ok. Près du canal, là on a traversé pas loin d'une dalle en béton. Une fourrée de roseaux. Ok.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular
La soif de
venture?
connaissance justifie à elle seule cette quête.
Is it?
Et je suis censé faire quoi si je retrouve un phasmidé dans un de ces pièges?
Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find. But he's lying
Que je suis
about
censé
this
faire si je tombe nez à nez
even
avec un
to
phasmidé
himself.
dans la nature?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, it's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting.
Vous pouvez m'en appliquer une dose?
Wise choice.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect.
Right, which means you two can pack up and go back to the work.
Finally.
Thank you for your help.
Okay.
Gary and I will start breaking.
What about his eager to leave friend Gary there? Talk to
La d'essence, elle prend quand même pas l'eau. Thune. Lourd barrage militaire criblé de balles se désagrège. Alors, je vais fouiller le truc, il n'y a pas de couteau. Peut-être voir ça aussi. Une bouée flotte dans l'eau. Bouée 11. La bouée 11 flotte dans l'eau. La partie de la côte est restée vierge pendant des décennies. Ah, un piège.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same behind you. The ruins of a residential building rise over. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused.
Big surprise. Anyway, one down.
Ouais, j'espérais qu'il soit
Three to
dans le
go.
premier. Pas besoin de sourire, hein, je m'attends pas à trouver quoi que ce soit, j'aide quelques citoyens et je prends l'air.
I meant no offense. Just
De l'argent. Hangar à bateau construit à la hâte pour s'écrouler comme un château de cartes à la moindre brise puissant. Oh là là, tellement de trucs qu'on n'a pas vu. Peinture de levant de ce vent et pouvoir de rouille et s'écaille.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Regardez qu'il y a encore des impacts de balles, il s'est passé quelque chose ici.
correct. The dent meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire.
Pourquoi pas?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Je suis trop con.
Just now. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth.
Faut que je prenne de la
Smiling
projection
its
analytique.
deadly smile.
Respecter les pièges. Ok. Entrée interdite. Ancien kiosque de vente de billets. Faudra que j'ai de la projection analytique quand je voudrais revenir ici. Tu me diras, je peux en prendre direct. Projection analytique. Mais je mets tout dans des trucs, putain. Est-ce que je peux pas m'améliorer quelque chose avec les vêtements? Projection analytique. Pas d'équipement qui augmente ma... Si, les lunettes. Ces lunettes là, c'est plus de projection analytique.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the
Allez,
cracked wall,
allez.
reaching a row
Merci.
of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. They're up 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an... The sun blazes high up in the sky. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain, the abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has them. A host of men, probably in every... They stand, facing the wall. It's
Soldats.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles
Et l'individu
aimed
sur le
at
côté.
the commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air.
Kim qui a été
The
exécuté.
lights
I don't know. I don't know who died here. Lined up perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Val?
S'il s'agissait des employés de Feld au moment où les biens de la société ont été saisis par les
Another
révolutionnaires.
likely scenario.
Or maybe
Les gens de la coalition peut-être? Les moralistes?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior.
a cold sea.
Ok. On peut garder ces lunettes là. Barricadée, en plus elle est inaccessible. Pipo et Faelen. Qu'est-ce que c'est ce truc? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce machin? Plus de logique mais moins de perception. C'est un bonnet? C'est un bonnet. Un bonnet qui a l'air cool. Bon. On va regarder le piège. Alors pas celui-là, celui-là on a vu. Hein. On va regarder le piège qu'on avait trouvé plus tôt. Alors on peut regarder celui-là, c'est vrai.
This is the trap. The reeds by the abandoned. It's good the cryptozoologists left. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sun. This trap is also full of panicked.
Another empty trap.
Cardio build, non? Moi j'adore ça.
Always up for a good jog.
Allez, hop, 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 hop. C'est que ça, c'est le... Ouais, c'est inspecter les pièges. Vraiment, je me brouille. J'ai des demandes à faire à des gens. Seconde. Bon, alors c'était le panneau ce machin. Parce que ça a l'air de dire qu'on peut y entrer.
You see, a slogan used to enter.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Il y a un truc, hein. Complètement un truc. Faire le tour, je sais pas. Peut-être, non? Non. Non, non, faire le tour. Ça m'a pas l'air possible. Ok, on va retourner à la vieille tour de transmission. Donc, tour de transmission, la voiture de Kim. Enfin, il y a aussi le piège au niveau de l'écluse. Là.
This traps the reeds sway in the wind picks up here. Near nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we are done.
Comment ça, fatigué?
No, no, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
Allez, mon petit Kim, on retourne en ville. Hop, 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 hop. Tiens, d'ailleurs, est-ce que je pourrais pas... Ah non, pas là. Ici, carte. Non, hein. pensais que je pouvais faire du déplacement rapide, mais visiblement non. C'est pas grave. On va quand même s'en sortir. On va quand même s'en sortir. Allez. C'est pas par là. Oh, 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 oh. Il y a quelque chose là.
Wait. Take a longer look at yourself and have metaphor. It's always metaphor.
Une espèce de métaphore pour moi.
This is more important than you. The engines of fortune once roared here.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
The engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape. A landscape despoiled by industry.
Il y a eu un grave problème d'implication dans la tâche lors de ce nettoyage.
Perhaps you could dedicate your life to cleaning it up, but you're...
Ok. Les gamins, on les a vus. Dedans, on a vu. On a vu là-dedans? Non, c'est fermé. Bien fermé. Faut réfléchir. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a là-dedans? On a fouillé? Je sais plus. Faut qu'on téléphone, faut qu'on revienne voir la dame. Ouais, on a fouillé ici. On a complètement fouillé là. On a totalement fouillé. Ok. Ah, le fameux piège. Dernier piège.
It takes you a moment. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. The constant, distant song. Louder on this. The trap feels light and silent as no locus. No phasmid either. But still.
Observez d'encore plus près.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster.
The netting is a little untidy. Messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
J'ai l'impression que quelqu'un ou quelque chose a tripoté le piège.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking.
Et si c'était le phasmidé, s'il les avait mangés avant de ressortir.
Right. Anyway, that's for the.
La défense de béton de plusieurs décennies. Un grincement ensuite d'un essieu brisé. J'ai pas vu ça en venant là. Bidon d'essence cabossé. Très bien.
A banged up motor carriage lies half sudden. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
Ah, c'est là que menaient les traces partant de la place.
It appears to be so.
Enquêtons.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
The motor carriage is properly stuck. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks.
Et le constructeur de l'automotrice, il y a un logo.
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish.
Combien de temps qu'elle est là?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday
Eh ben, on dirait que le voyage de Jacob Yerwo s'est terminé abruptement ici.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Vous avez dit quelque chose, lieutenant?
I did not. But I'd say it has been here.
Your mocking tone finds no
De la
response,
conscience
but the
pure.
motion.
Yes, yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since...
Your mocking,
Yes, yes. Clear.
your mocking tone.
Yes. Quite.
Que
Let's
doit-on
wait
faire?
for the low tide and see what's inside.
La marée est basse.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyride.
Combien de temps avant la marée basse?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Ah Bah on va attendre.
As you sit down in the old rusty plate, the hinges creak under your weight. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter.
Attendez,
Ice
ce véhicule
cracks
c'est vraiment
around.
très bleu.
Yes, yes, it does.
Quelle est la chose bleue que vous préférez?
Let me think about it.
Spit flies from your mouth to your
Merde.
moustache, your
Bordel.
chest, the ground before. The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns
Je
away.
vais pas siffler apparemment.
Just keep at it.
He's gloating at you. With his lips puckered, the lieutenant lets out. You hear the sound echo. Okay, okay. That's way better than you. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Votre père aussi était... Enfin,
I'm
vous
pretty
savez...
sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Servite.
Ah oui.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Si vous devez choisir un camp entre les grévistes ou la société de transport, vous choisirez qui?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Non mais si quelqu'un vous mettait un pistolet sur la
Your
tempe...
voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Vous voyez la marque maintenant?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived.
Yes. What?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters...
C'est un numéro sur le côté?
Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it.
Attends une seconde,
It's
est-ce que je suis pas
pedagogical.
du district 41 moi?
Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Un poste, un district, quelque chose de municipal?
A precinct, yes.
Mhm.
A police precinct.
C'est
Precinct 41.
c'est ma
Your
putain de
precinct.
bagnole. Parfait.
A massive pit opens up in... No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Oh mon dieu, c'est moi, j'ai conduit ma voiture dans la mer.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Peut-être que je pourrais s'acheter quelqu'un.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably...
Je peux toujours la réparer.
That is very unlikely. All the you'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few... Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage cost 40,000
J'arrive
real.
même pas à me payer une chambre
But in the
d'hôtel.
long run, it's still... Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
Comment on fait pour la dégager?
Detective, we don't. A
Elle va rester
rescue
ici comme ça?
operation- I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might
Ils vont
be
pas me
salvageable,
reprendre après ça, n'est-ce
but
pas?
overall, people are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Un signe, l'arme, et maintenant ça.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Moi, je peux voir ce qu'il y a dedans maintenant. Nom
Yes.
de Dieu.
Let's go take a look.
L'empreinte de pas de la neige s'éloigne de l'accident. Oh, soit le promeneur était à l'ouest, soit il était ivre-mort. La glace au large de la côte craque et se déplace. Bouteille complètement vidée de son alcool et prisonnière de la glace. Oh, mon insigne. Oh, et mon uniforme. Oh oui. Alors attends, la veste que j'ai là, elle me fait quoi? Esprit de corps et frisson. Alors que ça, esprit de corps et projection analytique. Oh. Nom de Dieu, mon insigne.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You.
J'ai retrouvé mon insigne.
Came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and
Nom
in the
Harrier
lower right
Dubois.
corner.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name.
C'est quoi ce
Whoever
prénom
told him,
Harrier?
though, it's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their son.
A name like armor.
Ok, bah... Harrier Dubois.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it.
Inspectez la
Catching,
photo.
the man keeps winking at you, but the badge is new.
De quand ça date?
8, maybe 10 years.
Ouh.
The guy in the picture is
bien.
rough. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression. Oh, it looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus. The badge in your hand shines.
Ok, rentre.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. C'est quoi un lieutenant W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that
Oh.
still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
D'accord, donc je suis un lieutenant, je suis un très haut gradé qui va sur le terrain. Et le lieutenant
The
W.
title
Freighter?
of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank.
Ah.
In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Je l'ai décliné 2 fois? Donc j'ai préféré aller sur le terrain, mais bordel.
There are many reasons one would do this.
Couberguil,
The rank
comment ça
above
va?
you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case,
J'ai retrouvé ma
lieutenant.
bagnole en effet. Et ma carte, j'ai mon insigne, ça y est. C'est quoi un décomptage?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system in
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers,
Cas particulier.
kings like satellite officers, and the additionally a freighter rank, I already explained.
Les agents satellites.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Donc vous avez supporté toutes mes conneries parce que je suis votre supérieur.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It
Okay.
matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it.
Oui, mon grade c'était pochetron.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation.
Merci,
is
ça
not
me donne de
so
l'espoir.
good.
Such a
Alors.
small yet precious
Numéro de
thing,
série, Rêve
expensive
12
paper
62
caught
05
between
Jam
thick-
41.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, West.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an
Ok.
administrative purpose.
Date d'émission
One that's
7 novembre
unfortunate.
50.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well. But
Poste
better.
41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57.
Quoi?
It's a tough station to work in.
Ah.
You have all of Jamrock to cover. That but then again, it's a legendary district and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. So he knew all those people, although then the badge in your hand shines as you rotate it,
Ok.
catching light.
Eh ben très bien. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ah oui, un bidon d'essence cabossé. Pour le transport et le lookage du mazout lourd. Sauf que... Il est vide ou il est plein ce truc? Allez. On va retourner en ville. J'ai pas mal de trucs à faire. Ça concerne pas forcément l'enquête, mais ça m'a fait progresser malgré tout. Étape 1. Il faut que j'aille à la kinéma. Alors.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
La radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Mettez-moi en relation avec la bibliothèque municipale de Jamrock.
Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you?
J'ai besoin de toutes les informations que vous pouvez me donner sur Billy Méjean, un de vos membres.
Billy Méjean.
Tu interagis un peu avec tes objets et tu en es où? Alors, troisième jour, j'ai inspecté toute la partie ouest de la ville. J'ai essayé d'aider les mecs dans leur... Tiens, attends, on va éviter que le temps passe. J'ai essayé d'aider les mecs dans leur tente pour qu'ils fassent un club dans une vieille église. J'ai rencontré l'homme crabe, j'ai rencontré la femme qui avait une enquête à faire sur le petit trou dans le vide. Voilà. J'ai un peu regardé, sinon... voilà, je suis en train d'aider les cryptozoologues. Et aussi, j'ai trouvé un mec mort parce qu'il était trop alcoolisé. Et bien sûr, j'ai trouvé ma voiture.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Méjean's home address. Is that all?
They're too poor to have a phone line.
L'adresse de son domicile nous intéresse.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain.
L'enquête progresse comme elle peut.
Apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says.
Appartement numéro 20. Ah oui, et il faudra que j'aille voir le mec qui fume. L'appartement du mec qui fume qui apparemment cache des choses. Appartement Capeside, numéro 20. Ok.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Ça commence à concorder. Ouais, le mec qui fumait au-dessus de la scène du crime. Vous avez d'autres informations sur Billy Méjean?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Vous savez qui était présent ce jour-là?
Marie, do you remember a reader named Billy Méjean? Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book.
Oh.
He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 8.
Good. You have a name now.
Donc Billy Méjean est une femme et pas un homme? Non mais tout de suite. Comment votre collègue sait-elle que c'était son mari?
Marie knows Billy.
Oh.
He's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband.
Connaissez-vous le nom de son mari?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Est-ce que Marie peut me décrire le mari?
Marie, she said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a.
Qu'est-ce qu'il portait comme vêtements?
One second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Merci, c'est bon, je n'ai plus d'autres questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
Vous avez des infos sur le propriétaire des bottes cuirassées?
Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. I know it must be frustrating.
Je dois signaler un cadavre sur la promenade de Martinez.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Un homme d'âge moyen non identifié. Taille 1m70-75, cheveux bruns, corpulence moyenne. On dirait qu'il a glissé dans un trou sur la promenade et que son crâne a heurté le banc en métal. Tu as pris les bottes, les gants. Les bottes, non. Monsieur, c'était crado. Donc voilà. J'ai trouvé des gants normalement.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him and traces.
Any signs of violence?
Non, on dirait que c'est un accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
J'ai trouvé mais pas mis les gants, effectivement. Il portait des bottes, un pantalon, une vieille veste en cuir avec un liseré bleu clair. J'ai trouvé une carte de bibliothèque dans ses poches.
Any information on the library card?
Elle vient de la bibliothèque municipale de Jamrock Centre. Elle est au nom de quelqu'un qui s'appelle Billy Méjean.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case or should I assign it to
On
someone
va
else?
s'occuper de cette affaire.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in.
Eh ben j'en ai
Is there
fini.
anything
Merci
else I can do
beaucoup.
for you? 57, over and...
In the cabin, you see a set
Ok,
of steering levers,
ok.
a radio.
Normalement j'ai pris les gants, hein, on est d'accord. Alors le cadavre sur la promenade. Justement. Ah oui, il faut que j'aille voir le cryptozoologue. Mais normalement, je les ai, hein, les gants, là. Plus 2 en affinité mécanique. T'as oublié de prévenir ton central pour la voiture. Ouais, mais est-ce que j'ai envie de les prévenir?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Est-ce que j'ai vraiment envie de leur dire?
This is precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Je peux avoir le poste 41?
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Je suis heureux de vous apprendre que j'ai retrouvé mon insigne, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Eh bah du coup, la voiture, pas besoin de leur dire, hein. Ouais, au revoir.
Roger.
As you tap on the gate.
No, no.
Voilà. Ah bah oui, c'est du niveau... C'est du niveau Yves Guillemot à ce niveau-là. Alors, il faut que j'aille à la bibliothèque aussi. Enfin, à la librairie. Parce que maintenant, je peux y passer. J'ai un disque à ramasser dans les sous-sols d'une ancienne entreprise. Madame est là. Ah, voilà.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for
Ah,
finding
je
my
n'ai fait
husband
qu'accomplir mon
and
devoir,
helping
madame.
me out. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
Mhm.
It's a tie, Mexican origin.
The little silvery knob holding the you could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is
Vous
more
m'avez pas dit que vous avez vu le phasmidé?
Oh, you don't want
Ramblings.
But darling,
Measuring things is important.
You were a child, my dear. Really?
Reflexively.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall
Attendez, quand
stand
cette
of
histoire a eu lieu,
reeds.
vous avez... Quel âge aviez-vous?
Ah, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Betoncourt got bombed in the war.
Oh.
It used to be quite near.
Il s'est passé
The
quoi?
strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing.
Vous l'avez
I
suivi?
tried, but I was only a child. There
Et ensuite?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story.
It did, yes.
The way it moved, the colour. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no
Vous
exaggeration
étiez en
to say.
rendez-vous.
Our first, yes.
Ses membres sont
Not
blancs.
all of them. There is some white coloration reported. Along
Quelle
with
taille
beige.
faisait-il?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me,
What if it is the case?
Kim, qu'en pensez-vous?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Vous avez peut-être imaginé, Lena?
How could she? Who imagines this?
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
that's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. If you trying to tell us you saw the Insul Indian phasmid out there in those reeds,
Merci d'avoir partagé votre
get
expérience
out.
avec nous.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do
Allez.
appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one.
Parlez-nous
It was just-
d'un cryptide cool.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about
Dites,
her.
Lena, pourriez-vous dire
Go on and
plus
ask.
sur 2 ou 3 cryptides que vous avez étudiés?
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Ok, juste un petit cryptide, c'est promis.
He nods. Ooh, tough choice there.
Est-ce que cet oiseau est un cryptide?
No, it's the cryptid.
Le cryptide?
Oh, yes.
Ok, c'est quoi cet oiseau?
The eight-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of
Putain.
11.5
11 mètres de
meters.
piaf?
It was thought to
Ça
have
va.
gone extinct 3,000.
Mutation. Huh. All of evolution is a mutation.
Jusqu'à ce que...
until it was cited by renowned.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely
Parle-moi de cette
empty,
information, je veux
but,
tout
of
savoir.
course,
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrao Canyon
Ok,
in
et
southeast
c'est quoi
Ilmara.
juste Wamrao?
Dr. Plottenkalk got separated from the world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren
bichet.
waste east of the Erg Desert. And
Il s'est passé quoi?
alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wondered he was lost without any navigation equipment and desperately low on. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time
Il
Uber
suivait
got
l'oiseau?
there, yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand.
watch out.
Then, the Tetatorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side. The bird was controlling his mind.
Ah!
It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward,
Attends, comment il a survécu? Il a pas fallu qu'il raconte cette histoire, non?
The 8-eyed Tetatorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on
L'oiseau
some
octo-oculaire
carcasses
qui
up
contrôle
there.
l'esprit.
And the 2
C'est bon, ça!
unfertilized eggs. Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologist.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is it...
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
C'est donc la dernière personne à l'avoir vu.
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then
Not really. It's just stylization.
Very.
this one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and
Quel est le plus
thinking
gros?
that would be the giant of... The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South
Que voulez dire par
Samara.
lumière étrange?
Mirage or a
Quelle taille il
psychotic,
fait?
no one knows for sure. It is like
Il est
the
dangereux?
towering luminosity of Kokonur.
Hooey. No animal.
That's what makes it so peculiar.
Qui t'avait dit un
Species
cryptide?
surviving
Nick!
at the very limits of
Je
scientific
suis son
law.
supérieur!
The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal, but there are limits, you see.
Gravity anomaly. Digging it. Digging this parascientific
Ok, le plus
stuff.
petit.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask
Oh,
about one.
ça va.
He nods
Très bien.
approvingly.
C'est tout pour l'instant. On fout, j'apprendrai les choses après. Pouet. Donc elle m'a donné une cravate. Plus 1 en cours intérieur et en volonté. Oh là là! Ça commence à être stylisé cette affaire. Pouet. C'est qui ça? Ah, c'est le...
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Merde! Il me faut de l'esprit de corps.
Yes. What is it? It means I'm a patrol officer.
What was
Ouais.
with that, sir?
Appelez monsieur, pourquoi?
Well, I guess.
Cut the shit. Every second you stand here running your mouth, the case grows colder.
Vous êtes avec lui?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
C'est une enflure?
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe...
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange.
Bon. Machin.
Can I help you?
J'ai trouvé un nouvel oiseau.
What is this thing?
C'est pas grand chose, je suis simplement dit que ça attendait bien sur le mur, je suis ce genre de flic.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually... I can fix it to the plan.
Voilà.
Have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you.
I feel good about our work here today. It's so...
It's not actually about that.
Alors ma facture pour cette nuit au fait.
20 real.
Tiens,
Good.
voilà.
You got the room for the night, but
Allez. Tiens, tu sais ce que je vais faire? C'est quoi qui demandait? C'est de l'esprit de corps?
Again?
De
I
l'esprit de
can't
corps.
believe this
Ah! Attention!
You
Yes!
know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other.
Dites-moi la vérité, vous
Just
m'avez déjà
are
rencontré.
Oh, I definitely...
Another life.
Dans une autre vie?
Yes. From another life. A different line. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and
Poste
totally
41.
fictional? Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Somewhere good.
Alors, un peu plus en détail de cet hypothétique poste 41 que vous avez mentionné.
Okay.
Quelle serait notre relation dans cet univers alternatif?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Qui est plus cool que vous? Genre complice d'un crime ou
No, because in this thought experiment we all...
Come on, stop it.
Let's be crazy. Let's
ravi de
put
voir
you
comme
now,
partenaire.
or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner.
Ah non, vous seriez pas un boulet.
Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with
Vous auriez un
whatever...
crime à
Oh,
résoudre?
no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crime.
This isn't helping.
Qui d'autre travaille dans notre poste de police imaginaire?
You're not going to believe this, but... Yes, sir. Solving crimes. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing
C'est qui l'excentrique
spectacular
fils de Lung?
Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Pouvez-vous m'en dire plus sur lui ou elle?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
J'arrive plus à me l'imaginer.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Oh bordel. Eh bah à plus.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Effectivement. C'était chelou.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him.
J'aurais demandé
I
si
know
on
it
est du
sounds
même
crazy.
poste.
Yes, just...
Again? I
Est-ce qu'on est du même poste de
believe-
police?
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
D'accord.
Okay.
Jean, he said.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent.
Bon, eh bah ceci est arrivé. Il faut vite qu'on aille à la librairie avant qu'elle ferme. C'est pas mal. Tu retournes jamais tenter les lancers blancs? Bah, il faut que j'améliore mes trucs. J'y pense pas. J'y pense pas, ça prend du temps. Je me dis surtout que, tiens, je dois faire ça. C'est vraiment quand j'arrive que je me dis, ah, c'est vrai que je vais faire ça. Tac, 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 tac. Allez, faut qu'on aille lever la malédiction. La malédiction de l'informatique. Oh! Attention! La machine du démon. Elle est maudite. Madame.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Bon. C'est là. Normalement.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before only a hollowed out dark echo.
Mais bordel. J'étais censé pouvoir si j'avais cet outil à la con. Trouver frigo en force dans la zone commerciale maudite. Mais bordel! J'ai le truc en main, je dois pouvoir m'en servir.
Hello again, esteemed. Goodness, you were already doing good. Everything is on the shelf.
She smiles and nods, seeming.
Mais qu'est-ce que c'est que ce merdier?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you
Pareil sur quoi?
Oh, I found something. I thought this would fit you. Like,
Ah.
thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Un chapeau de détective.
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the... Right, I have to get back to my homework now.
Bah, je vais pas donner ce chapeau à la con. Plus encyclopédie. Ça, c'est plus de logique. Oh. Je me démerde avec ce truc. équipé pour ouvrir les conteneurs verrouillés que vous croisez. Mais bordel. Attends, à moins qu'il faille entrer par le côté, là. Il y a le pied de biche aussi. J'ai la pince coupante, ouais. Mais il me semblait qu'il avait donné cet outil-là, justement, pour la porte, justement. Là, il faut que je reprenne de la volonté pour déverrouiller ça. Ah, l'atelier des mâles, taxidaire, enfin bon. Flipper. Il n'y a jamais un seul chemin dans ce jeu, c'en est toute la beauté. Bah justement, c'est pour ça que je prends un peu tout, j'essaie d'avancer où je peux.
This button. Huh. This button looks new.
It's you hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver. You ring the doorbell.
Ouais, il n'y a pas grand chose. Alors, apparemment, il y a peut-être un truc à tenter là.
What do you see?
Ouais, non. Hein. On a tout vu.
The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty
bien
rags,
checker la bio.
and
Bah normalement oui,
organic
j'ai fouillé
waste.
partout.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Biblio, j'ai fouillé partout, hein, on est d'accord. Pardon, partir. Partir un jour sans retour. Tac, 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 tac. Attention, on va prendre le pied de biche. On va tenter, hein. Si on peut défoncer ça au pied de biche.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, a metallic drawer, slide. The pry bar is nice and useful for opening all sorts of doors, and the pull-out toolbox, slide. Inside, you see a set
Ah
of
mais c'est
steering
ces
levers,
outils
a
aussi.
radio microphone, a metallic drawer. It's robust, lets you see thick. The pull-out toolbox.
Ces outils, bon, je vois pas moi. Outils. Alors, si on met le pied de biche à la place de ce machin. Ah, une réflexion à se faire. Non, bon, ça a tourné, j'ai raté, très bien. Très bien, très bien. Surtout, j'ai pas dit de garder, mais calme-toi.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you.
Là, il n'y a vraiment rien d'autre. Hein. Il y a vraiment rien d'autre.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Ah oui, oui, la porte, j'ai essayé de la défoncer, oui, oui. Non, non, j'ai tout tenté. Soit il faut que je la défonce, soit il faut que je réussisse à la convaincre. Donc pour ça, il faudra sûrement... Il faudra sûrement que je parle avec l'autre, visiblement, parce qu'elle veut rien me dire d'autre. Et là-haut, bah... Non, j'ai regardé tous les bouquins possibles.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an
Après, si je lui achète un
extremely
bouquin, est-ce qu'elle
muscular
sera
Bob.
plus enclin
Man from here, blood and violence. Scant at last, someone sensible. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Ouais, non, c'est ça, faudra que je retente. Alors que j'update mes compétences. Je vais voir encore une fois. Alors attends. Avec la carte. Ensemble de traces. Tu vois, l'ensemble de traces, ça me dit de revérifier, mais j'ai tout. Tommy le Home. Interphone, le cargo, Kuno. André, ouais. La porte tentation, c'est douleur transcendée. Ok. Eh ben on va monter ça. Douleur transcendée. Est-ce que j'ai pas de l'équipement qui augmenterait la douleur transcendée? Recheck les traces si ça t'aide de le faire. Mais je l'ai fait juste avant. Je l'ai fait juste avant, il n'y a pas grand chose de plus. Ah, l'écharpe qui m'améliore un peu. Je vous montrerai la super cravate après.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminoles trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Test de perception. Chier.
Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that...
Oh putain. Je le mérite. Je ne mérite que ça.
Are you alright? This looked...
What's going on there? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door. Only an echo, a hollowed out dark. Only an echo, a hollowed out.
Non mais sérieux madame, on peut pas discuter un peu là?
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Rien à foutre.
Hello again, esteemed
Ouais,
officer.
c'est plaisant ça. Bon. Faudrait que je discute avec l'autre qui se trouve au port. Ah! Qu'est-ce que j'aurais d'autre à faire en attendant? Ah oui, il faut que je lui parle à lui. Je vais parler à sa femme, mais je vais pas parler à lui directement. Attention le soin. Oui, bah ça va. Au moment où je me balade. Au moment, il n'y a pas de problème. On pourrait retourner voir la vieille sur son bateau aussi. Machin.
He tries to play it cool.
J'ai vérifié tous les pièges.
Okay. And
l'un d'entre eux était vide.
Completely empty?
Ouais, rien dans le piège, ni sauterelle ni phasmidée.
No locusts?
That's not ideal.
It just means the Insul Indian phasmid is...
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadea picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news.
Another trip to the reeds.
Pas serait scientifique de raisonner à rebours à partir d'une conclusion qui n'est avérée que dans votre tête.
I appreciate your consider.
You're jabbing at the soft underbelly of his psyche.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal.
Some kind of foul play.
Thank you, it's an honor.
Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
Merde. Attention. 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 Alors. On va dire je m'en vais. Et on va s'équiper en conséquence. Ouais, justement, t'inquiète. J'ai fait gaffe. Affinité mécanique. Je sais, j'ai d'autres trucs à mon avis qui peuvent me donner de l'affinité mécanique. Bon, alors ceux-là c'est plus 1, je pourrais les vendre. Bon, on va remettre ça parce que ça c'est la douleur transcendée. Pas trop utile à l'heure actuelle.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away.
Je vais en faire un usage responsable, je vais me protéger, pas de me la péter.
The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous.
Donc, la trouver, ça voulait dire l'enfiler?
Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could
Pardon?
do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
Et de 1 plus que 2, les comptes est bon, c'est parti.
2. Are you sure you're correct there? There was a help.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new trap.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely, you should ask the red-headed boy. Kuno.
Ah, je crois qu'un petit voyeur d'une Kuno a volé les sauterelles.
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long.
Je vais parler au petit chenapan pour tirer cette affaire au clair.
My favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know what...
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play Suzerain. But
he hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding.
Really, Gary?
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. Morel, it's been fun, really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle.
Le flic loyal con. Oui, monsieur, oui. C'est ce que devrait être la police, bordel.
No need to apologize, Gary. You'd be more than helpful.
Ok. Allons parler au sale gosse. La police devrait être loyale con, je suis désolé. Au bout d'un moment, voilà. Ah, attends, niveau des quêtes, ça me dit quoi? L'affaire des insectes. Ouais, il faudra que j'aille voir cet appart après. Kuno! Kuno, 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 Kuno! Espèce de sale gosse. Non, 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 non.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about
Est-ce que par hasard tu aurais des informations sur les sauterelles disparues?
No, Kuno doesn't.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
De quoi elle parle?
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage.
Est-ce que tu es en train de parler de la cité de la rage?
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna...
Stop it, see. No one's gonna...
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack. The one with the pig's head.
Ok, je m'en vais.
Kuno doesn't...
La cabane de Kuno, c'est celle-là, si je me rappelle bien. Check aussi les traces tant qu'il y est. Oui, bah déjà la cabane de Kuno. Ensuite, je verrai les traces. Ils ont changé sa voix. Mais bordel, t'as joué une version bêta, c'est pas possible. Ça grouille de sauterelles par ici.
The hisses and chirps of like skyscrapers.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Arrête d'être sarcastique, Kim, ça va.
Oh, I'm not being sarcastic.
When someone says they're not being sarcastic, it's usually a good sign that they're being very sarcastic.
Je croyais que le face-midi l'Indien est tout prêt.
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction.
On va parler à Kuno,
I'll
je
let
vais
you
cesser.
handle the Kuno side
Faire
of things.
cesser.
You are...
Il avait un accent, un super accent scottish. C'est quasi le cas, on dirait. Écoute, moi j'ai une version complète, hein, qu'est-ce que tu veux que je te dise, ça valait le coup d'attendre. Alors, les traces.
What do you see?
Ça doit être celle-là.
Interesting. Someone operating a workbench with a... No, it's not. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left.
He doesn't seem to hear you.
Look, we should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes up. You're right. Let's keep a low profile.
It is not impossible.
As I said.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperature.
Interesting. Someone operating a work. A drummer only. Perhaps it could be a driver.
He doesn't.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. You're right. Let's keep a low profile.
What do I think?
Then, after whole.
Indeed.
So far, so good.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7
paires d'empreintes, 7 hardis.
Which one is missing, do you think? I'm going to say
Gros de semelle était présente sur le lieu de lynchage, mais pas dans la salle à manger.
Yes. I doubt the hardies are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open.
Un pas léger,
I'm guessing that's
41.
the skinny hardy boy. The one with his front
Ah,
teeth missing.
d'accord. Bon, c'est dommage qu'il n'y ait pas de nouvelles d'indication de nouvelles discussions, mais ouais. Le maigrichon parlait du type à la gueule de rat.
Yes, well, he did look. I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200. This could be.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
C'est peut-être un géant.
Maybe it wasn't.
Mais c'était peut-être le cas. Ouais. Quelqu'un
The
extrêmement
fat
obèse.
guy from the mess.
Je sais
I
pas
do.
trop.
The fat guy. I think I heard.
But why?
Pourquoi?
Yes, they could have used the makeshift
On interprète
stretcher
peut-être mal
or
les
just-
empreintes.
I'm not assuming it isn't, but it's interesting. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the a drummer on. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would. We should keep our eyes open.
Ah non, il n'y a pas de... Bah oui. C'est un test, en général, les tests blancs, c'est le premier truc qu'on te montre. Donc je sais pas. Je ne saurais te dire ce qui se passe. Bref. L'affaire des insectes. Confronter Kuno. Kuno, espèce de sale merdeux.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a
Je
fuck
sais que c'est toi qui as fait les
about
sauterelles, les
any-
pièges.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
Tu dis que tu t'en fous comme de l'an 40 des insectes, mais ensuite tu leur construis une ville.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit.
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the Night City.
Donc Night City se trouve à l'intérieur.
Locust City. City of rage. City of...
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastic. The girl forces herself to watch again. The corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
La cité de la rage a l'air d'être un endroit sympa.
Kuno the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is.
An artist. Maybe I am an artist.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls
Une minute, est-ce que mes oreilles ont bien entendu? Tu as dit je?
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck. I fucking say I when I wanna.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
C'est super Kuno, c'est cool de faire de l'art.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you...
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make...
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno!
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window.
Petit. Ça dépend des choix que tu feras, jeune fille.
Without a word, for once, the boy is lost for... You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's
Bon,
traps.
faut que t'arrêtes de voler les sauterelles des pièges. Ils essaient de faire une découverte importante. Ça leur sert d'appât.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence. Just, she doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno is finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I.
Il faut que je te pose la question, qu'est-ce que ça signifie la cité des
It
sauterelles?
don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to folk pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
Que va-t-il arriver aux sauterelles?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Maintenant que cette heure est finie, je ferai mieux de
The
partir.
fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Le face-midi insul indien.
He recognizes the name.
Tu connais le face-midi insul indien, Kuno?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
Bah alors.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't.
Ouais. Gamine, t'as pas des choses à dire en plus maintenant qu'on a dit qu'il était un peu naze?
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit?
Get the fuck out of here, Fig.
So it's a girl.
I'll die before I squeal.
Gamine, parle-moi.
Murder was the case. Don't go. I'll die before
Toi
I
là,
squeal.
derrière la
You
clôture.
don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands.
You can still see the top of...
Bon. Pourquoi je peux plus courir? Là. Ok. Cryptozoologue, oui. Le cadavre sur la promenade, il faut qu'on a remis les gens. Le frigo, c'est mort. Il est fait tard. Il faut que je parle. Faut que je retourne parler à la Suna histoire de mieux de rentrer dans la bibliothèque. Il faut aussi que je falsifie les signatures. La boule, c'est mort. Ok. On va déjà régler les cryptozoologues. Régler les cryptos. Monsieur. J'ai discuté avec le gamin. Il a promis de ne plus chipper les sauterelles.
So it was just...
Thank you for telling us, sweetie.
Mm.
This is good news, right?
She acts chipper.
Yeah, you're right. We just need...
He has a 38-degree fever.
Darling, I told you to take it easy.
You're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
J'ai la désagréable sensation que cette affaire empiète sur mon enquête principale.
Of course, sweetie. You've helped us so much already. Everyone would understand if you...
Sortez, j'aurais reposé une pièce, c'est parti. Non, on a assez fait de trucs. Je donnerais volontiers, mais j'ai d'autres affaires à traiter. Pas la peine de mettre sa santé en jeu, vous feriez mieux de rentrer.
He's right, dear Morel.
Self-deceit, son.
You're right, dear. We'll get our shot.
The slouch in his shoulders tells...
This place is much better for fieldwork in the summer, Billy.
Thank you, dear. And you, Detective Fox? You've been great.
You're right, Lena. The RCM is worth their salt. More so than they say
Une
on
seconde,
the
vous pouvez me donner
radio.
votre adresse au cas où j'ai des nouvelles?
Okay. It's 1113 Tabernacle Road, Jamrock. But
Ok. Au revoir, Lena.
goodbye.
Ok. Crypto, c'est fait. Il faudrait que j'aille voir. Alors lui, je peux pas l'impressionner puisque j'ai pas de volonté. Il faudrait que j'aille voir. Même la musique a changé. Ah, le choc d'un Bergil qui n'a pas l'habitude. Comme quoi, attendre qu'un jeu soit fini, c'est peut-être une meilleure idée des fois. Non, il faut que j'aille de l'autre côté. Ici. Dans le mur. Hein.
Paintbrush.
J'ai refait une partie et une semaine après ils annoncent la définitive édition.
Now the only thing left to... The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver.
Alors...
What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Qu'est-ce que je vais peindre sur le mur? Quelle ombre j'ai ici, sous cette lumineuse lumière. Est-ce que ça me prend du temps? Évidemment que ça va me prendre du temps.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our modern...
Why does art inspire you so much?
C'est vrai que j'apprécie l'art, mais qu'est-ce que l'art, justement?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual. In short, art is the highest form of human communication.
Mais est-ce que j'ai ma place dans le monde de l'art?
Now, have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes. Disheveled.
Attends, l'architecture, c'est aussi une forme d'art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use.
Mais la musique alors, c'est de l'art?
Only the most experimental kind.
C'est vrai que j'ai l'esprit assez critique en ce moment.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking
peut-être mieux être flic à 100% pour boucler mon enquête, tout ça.
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive camp aesthetic.
Cette critique d'art à 50% me permet de briser la routine. Je suis partant.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also go ahead and provide.
Et donc je pourrais être avoir un diplôme d'art authentique. J'aurais moins en perception, mais après il y aura des trucs intéressants peut-être. Le problème c'est que j'ai plus de place, il faudra que je les débloque avec des points. Alors, on va rentrer là. On va entrer là, on va entrer là. Est-ce qu'on peut y aller déjà ou est-ce qu'il faut attendre 21 h comme on avait dit? Ou est-ce que 21 h c'était tout pour fouiller? Tout n'est que de la merde pour lui. Le 28 c'est pas là. Non, le 20 c'était à l'étage. Non, ici il n'y a rien du tout. Le 20 c'était à l'étage.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The chalk gets a solid lump of metal, but the chef better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply.
C'est l'heure d'une petite infraction. La 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 la.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps.
After you,
Poster avec une étoile blanche. La théorie critique des monstruosités du capitalisme. Oh, une balle. Enfin. Et une veste du soir Sahara myrisienne. Et ceci. Photos de révolutionnaires avec leurs armes.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with
Krasmazov.
impressive sideburns.
Pourquoi il a un buste de Krasmazov?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young couple.
Les révolutionnaires adorent poser avec leurs armes. Très bien. Porte à talisman. Pourquoi c'est mis à jour celle-là? Est-ce que je peux améliorer ça? Est-ce que c'est parce qu'il fallait la pince coupante pour cette putain de porte?
You hear someone walking up.
Normalement avec le balcon on devra accéder à l'étage. Il y a un escalier. Ouais mais l'escalier c'est celui qui permet de sortir dans l'autre rue. Petit papa. te plaît, le jeu. Merci. Là, c'est juste un truc qu'on a déjà fouillé. Ok. Il y a vraiment un escalier pour monter à l'étage. Ah, mais sûrement. Hein. Sûrement, sûrement. Que j'ai vu une pièce en haut. J'ai raté ça comme un connard. Allez, on revient dans le dedans. Voilà. Alors cet escalier là, c'est la sortie. Marqué exit. Alors que lui, il y a marqué exit aussi. Mais lui, il y a marqué balcon. Ah non, t'as dit il y a un escalier, l'escalier il permet de sortir. Il fallait que c'est accès au balcon, monsieur.
A weathered brown door. Something smells good. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
Assez vite, Kim. On devrait en discuter avant de continuer. À quoi on doit s'attendre?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Major. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called.
Vous avez un conseil sur la façon dont je vais annoncer qu'il est...
Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Si j'ai pas envie de m'y coller...
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen.
Ok.
As soon as
bah,
the
je suis prêt.
lieutenant motions toward.
Hello?
And someone turns down the radio.
Nous sommes bien chez Billy Méjean. C'est la police, veuillez ouvrir la porte.
Police? A moment.
Tidying up.
Come in. The door is...
Madame, bonjour, je suis désolé de ce que je vais vous apprendre. Quelqu'un que vous connaissez est mort.
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy.
The lieutenant has taken off his condensation from stepping inside.
Non, merci, ça ira.
Is this about Victor, my husband? No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital?
Tu devrais avoir des pensées actives tout le temps histoire d'économiser le temps nécessaire pour les faire évoluer. Ouais, mais il faut des points pour ça.
How about some small talk before you break the news?
Vous vivez ici avec votre mari Victor, c'est bien ça.
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have two
Quel âge ont
daughters.
vos filles?
Jolie is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month.
Elles sont assez grandes. Vous êtes seul, je vois personne d'autre
The
ici.
girls are staying at their friend's.
She swallows visibly.
Où ça?
He has a problem with. He's probably in the box drinking with his friends. They sent him to the
Savez-vous s'il est
library
arrivé
a
jusqu'à la
few days
bibliothèque?
ago. No, I guess I'll find out when he decides to come. It shouldn't be long from
Quel est le nom
now.
de la bibliothèque?
Oh, it's in.
Central Jamrock Pub.
I think.
It is.
Qu'était-il censé faire à la bibliothèque?
Just to return a book of mine. Why?
Quel était le titre de ce
I
livre?
think it was Thibaut's The Glinting Curve.
Vous vous souvenez ce qu'il portait la dernière fois que vous l'avez vu?
His old leather jacket. It's just your average
Et la
brown
doublure
leather.
intérieure?
Yes. The lining is hand sewn. It's blue.
She folds.
pas
Her. Here it comes.
Comment allez-vous?
How have I been?
Can't write a scene without knowing.
Merde.
characters. Ask more. Get comfortable around her. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
On te justifie simplement qu'il est mort, juste comme ça?
Yes. No euphemisms. This is what you came here for.
Madame, je suis désolé de vous annoncer ça, mais votre mari Victor Méjean a été retrouvé mort sur la promenade de Martinez.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike.
Votre mari
The
Victor
blood
Méjean est
freezes
mort.
in her
Toutes mes
veins.
condoléances, madame.
Oh. Oh. But
But he was just here.
We understand this comes as a huge shock.
T'avais dit qu'il fallait
I
pas
want you to
dire
know
qu'on
that
comprenait.
me and my partner are here
Oh.
for you if you have any questions.
What happened to him?
C'est encore un peu tôt pour le dire, mais apparemment, il a glissé et s'est cogné la tête.
Was he drunk?
L'alcool a peut-être joué un rôle, en effet.
I see. And you just found him there. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
Difficile à dire à ce stade.
She blinks, eyes welling. The handkerchief.
Tenez, prenez ça.
Yes, thank you.
Is there anyone we could call for you?
No, I just...
It burns like acid. Unreal.
God, should I call them?
No. A day.
Non, prenez une journée pour vous remettre. Vous serez mieux préparé quand elles rentreront demain.
Good. That's probably... Just tell me, what do I...
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly.
A very good call.
Is there anything else?
No, I'll call you. Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
Encore une fois, toutes mes
I'll
condoléances,
call.
madame.
We should step outside and talk.
Voilà. Désolé, Billy. Affaire à résoudre. Je veux avancer. Merci. Alors. Ah.
You did well.
J'aurais pu faire plus.
You did enough. Can't save the whole world.
Can't bring the dead back.
On fait quoi maintenant?
I'll call the station tomorrow and let them know the name of the deceased.
Et habiller ses enfants.
They'll manage.
Et c'est tout.
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Bah, faire classer alors.
Let's go.
Point de talent obtenu. Tiens, on va déverrouiller ça. Comme ça. Ah, le centre machin. Oui. L'Italien contact Mike. Ah oui, contact Mike, c'est vrai. Le super boxeur modèle de tous. On va essayer d'avoir un diplôme d'art. -1 en perception, forcément. Ouais, ok. Du coup, Suna, il faut que j'aille lui reparler. Sur mon balcon, il faut que j'attende encore une petite heure et demie. Les 2 signatures. Je suis Arié du bois. Ligue de l'Apocalypse beauf. Barbant et pitoyable. Enfin, très communiste. Justicier truand. Un peu d'honneur. 216 affaires classées en 18 ans de service. Tatouage de la victime. Jusqu'à maintenant, personne n'a pu en parler des tatouages. Ah, Joyce, effectivement, je peux lui parler. Joyce, je peux lui parler. Puisque maintenant que j'ai mon insigne, elle pourra peut-être m'en dire un peu plus. Allez, on retourne près du port. Non, je veux sortir en fait. Bordel. Alors. Joasse.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Propos de mon insigne perdu.
De
Doric Javier, ce que j'ai trouvé. Mon insigne.
Did you? Wonderful.
Quickly. She's memorizing your...
It is a relief to see a W freighter here. The situation is precarious, to say the least. It needs a quick solution, or we will have a bloodbath on our hands.
Vous avez dit contrôler la situation.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also...
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Dites-moi de nouveau, quel est le lien entre le lynchage et la grève?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me.
On avance.
In that moment, they elected to deploy a private
Manque
military
de confiance
contract. They
temporaire.
were dispatched after I relayed the union.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke.
Vous avez
They did
besoin
not
d'un
appreciate the humor.
détachement de sécurité.
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle.
Who are they?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually he was taken out behind the whirling in rags.
Et ensuite?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contracts, it's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military...
What is the nature of...
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Vous avez semé le bazar.
It was the Union who strung him from that tree. My hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before Crenel. If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute...
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant?
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30...
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded...
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2...
As I said, a bloodbath.
On va pas ça arriver, il faudrait que beaucoup de choses tournent mal.
Too many things have already gone wrong. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to...
Que pouvez-vous me dire sur Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good. As far as private military contracts, they boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut.
Vous pouvez me dire autre chose à leur sujet?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, if you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever...
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the...
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be
contacter
dealing with a
l'entreprise
group.
pour qu'elle les rappelle.
I have. And they will. However, these...
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Vous avez dit que le défunt avait agressé une femme.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot
Qui a fait
testify
circuler
about
l'information
the
alors?
remaining contractors. Their tribunal.
Que vous ont dit ces adolescents bord du canal?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around.
The lieutenant consults his...
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an ass...
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman.
Et qui était cette femme?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a
Ce
rumor
colonel qui s'est fait prendre,
about a
vous le
rumor.
connaissiez?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yeah, Lely.
Il s'appelait?
His service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign.
Parlez-moi d'abord des autres.
One is a man, Courty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Courty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul...
What would you say was his eye color?
She closes her eye.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking us...
That's all right, man. Anything else?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to...
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I
Où
guess.
trouvent les deux mercenaires
Only
restants?
they've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages.
On doit pourtant découvrir où ils se cachent.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Attention, attention, attention!
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining.
J'ai raté un truc à 92% tout à l'heure. Hein. Attention. L'un doit être le gros bras avec des vêtements de travail qui ne lui vont pas, près des portes du port. Le chef des roufions.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my...
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. That is not...
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied.
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is...
J'ai une autre question pour
I
vous.
hope I can answer it better.
On a combien de temps?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob and their impatience.
They don't report their progress.
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal and it's a matter of days, not weeks.
C'est tout pour le moment.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Parce que maintenant, vous pouvez parler de ces tatouages.
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a...
It was taken with a trigate not long ago. This is the man's upper body.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near.
Sorry.
Pensez-vous?
I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependent. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters,
Comme
numbers,
des embranchements sur un
anything
microcircuit.
close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian
À quoi sert cette
century.
carte?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of
Quel voyage a fait l'homme mort?
contraption. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the...
The old world passing by. And the new...
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports.
In Martinez, looking into Crenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temple. Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Seminese Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
Peut-être que c'est une trace de sa carrière militaire.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need...
For all the boys looking for an adventure, a blood spatter on the sea.
Qui pourrait m'en dire plus?
Platoon members? The other contractors?
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Vous avez raison, ce n'est pas une bonne idée.
I am relieved you think so. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security.
C'est tout pour les tatouages,
Is
merci de
there
votre aide.
anything else I can help
Ce
you
sera
with?
tout. Alors, les tatouages. Une autre personne. Putain, il n'y a personne qui veut savoir, qui sait quoi que ce soit là-dessus. Ça fait un peu chier. Chanter au karaoké, ou une chanson quelque part. La personne qui a appelé, on n'en sait rien. Les passages secrets, j'ai aucune idée de comment l'ouvrir. Les numéros, faut que je rappelle Alice. Les tatouages, j'en sais rien. Titus, j'ai pas assez d'autorité. La boule, il faut que je la trouve. Les signatures, je peux les falsifier. Bientôt, je pourrais aller faire ça. Il faudrait que je retourne sur la cabane des pêcheurs. Et la putain de porte à talisman là. Parce que visiblement, quelque chose qui s'est débloqué. Est-ce que c'est juste parce que j'avais pas la pince coupante dans les mains? Et dans ce cas-là, je vais m'énerver très fort. Est-ce que j'aurais pu garder le cadavre et le mettre dans le frigo? Non, rien à voir. Attention. Ah! Oui, non, mais ça, le cadavre, j'ai envoyé à la morgue. Hein, pas envie qu'il pourrisse. Une personne sensée n'accepterait de mettre sa tête dans une machine pareille.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not
Parce que je suis rentré chez le
of
communard.
Celanese trinkets and charms.
Quoi?
It appears to be locked.
Mais tu n'as aucun sens, ce jeu. Mais enfin. Spécialisation, machin. Douleur transcendée. Allez.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Celanese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Ah!
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Je vais me gêner. Les mains peau de lapin. Il a fallu 2 jours pour les défoncer, cette porte. Hein. Est-ce que je peux enfin accéder à tout? Ça le s'écoule d'un punching ball.
What is this place?
C'est au-delà, au-delà du voile. Je crois que c'est peut-être le club de boxe à Artemiteps pour jeunes athlètes.
I think you're right. Though it looks like I doubt the electricity still works.
Good. Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray of streetlight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark.
Je suis sûr que ce n'est qu'une simple maison abandonnée, il n'y a rien de mystérieux ici.
Good.
Alors, on va donc se mettre en main la lampe. Ça sent la sueur et le cuir. La vieille sueur du coup. Ah, la boule! Alors, Sitius, Fortis, le reste est effacé. Et là, on a une réflexion. C'est Contact Mike, le champion de boxe? Il y a moyen.
A barbell lies on the floor. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
Ah, Kim, c'est un piège. Il n'y a aucune pince sur l'haltère.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
Qui a assez tordu pour enlever les pinces d'une haltère? Ce salopard mérite de finir au trou. Ah oui, la boule des vieux, je l'ai lancée dans la flotte, justement, c'est une quête maintenant, je dois retrouver une nouvelle boule.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to...
Non, 3%, même pas, je tente. Cespalier usé, de quoi vauront pour le coup. Quoique, si c'est un lancer blanc, on peut dire YOLO.
Waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Non, j'ai mal à la tête, je reviendrai quand je serai moins défoncé. Alors, qu'est-ce que c'est? Passage oublié qui a de vieilles vitres et de débris. Ok, qu'est-ce qu'on a là? Une grosse dame Jeanne remplie d'un étrange liquide. Des animaux sauvages employés accrochés au mur, on vous observe dans l'obscurité. Des rotors de dirigeables recouverts autour de l'araignée, on dirait des pales. Attends, il y avait des choses là. Il y a le reste dans la boucle de réparation, service, fenêtre 24 heures. Effectivement. Là-dedans, on a quoi? Oh, de l'argent. Un torse de mannequin nu, une étrange couleur jaunâtre. Du velours bleu de vos toucher rongé au mythe. Oh là là, tout cet argent. Où sont passés les vêtements qui étaient exposés?
A dusty radio computer sleeps in its wired frame.
Another radio computer.
What he means is that these things cost money. This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC.
J'allume à votre avis?
It's your call. You're in charge of this expedition.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its... It's empty, like a beehive, without it.
This is where the memory should go.
Bah, sûrement je trouve la mémoire avant de faire quoi que ce soit. Ah, là c'est une porte qui permet de sortir, ok. Ouais, j'ai joué à la pétanque avec le avec l'océan, ouais. Et étrangement, l'océan a gagné. Ouh là là. Le vent hurle dans la goulotte à charbon au-dessus. Dans ce bureau-là, de l'argent et du magnésium, ok. Ah bah le voilà. Le putain de frigo de mes...
You see a terrifying ice. The bear looks oddly realistic. This must be the giant ice bear. A gust of freezing cold air rushes. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand
Calmez-vous,
has
Kim, c'est un
found.
frigo.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the bread. But where's the filament memory? It's not here.
Trouve pas la copieur site.
Someone must have taken it. What does the note say?
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bit. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Que fait ce frigo en forme d'ours au beau milieu d'une cave abandonnée?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Qui comptait vendre des glaces avec cette bête terrifiante?
I know. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes.
Ah, fait chier. Laisse-moi décongeler et débrancher. Machine à glace. Hop, l'équipe projette. Oh, il y a une porte secrète. Oh. Deux fusils rouillés au-dessus de la canalisation inutilisable. Fuck.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall.
Regardez, il y a un trou dans le mur.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole.
Ça marche.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and
Oh, il y a des
spider
fusils,
webs.
Kim.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest.
Celui-là est sympa.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Un fusil ici, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez.
Oh.
He likes this find.
Et on est où?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period.
Ah.
Look at all.
Très bien, très bien. Quelqu'un a coincé des armes déglinguées sous le plafond. Ouais, c'est ça.
A few bricks have fallen.
Hop. Ok, on revient là. Qu'est-ce qu'on a à trouver ici? Machine à glace qui fonctionne encore. Là-dedans. De l'argent. Et du note à Fed, oui.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge.
Ouais. Oh, un débardeur filet complètement dingue. Si on a besoin d'art dramatique, on saura quoi faire. Est-ce que je veux débrancher la machine à glace ou est-ce que je veux débrancher le nounours? Les nounours. Les nounours. Pour l'instant, on n'a aucune raison de débrancher ni l'un ni l'autre. Le mur s'est écroulé un peu si bien
A thick
accéder.
layer of coal dust covers the furnace.
Vous savez ce que c'est,
covering
Kim?
it pitch
Une
black.
sorte de chaudière?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire.
It's dark and grimy here. In the dark, the echo is so prominent.
What are you doing?
Je me trompe peut-être, mais je crois avoir entendu une voix à l'étage.
Wait, really? You should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal. Now, maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting. A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe
très con.
hurts.
Ah ouais, quand même. Ah ouais.
Bent metal. Broken. You are the destroyer. The bane of inanimate matter.
Non, je suis juste un pauvre type qui se défoule sur les objets du quotidien.
Look, there's a discarded milk carton on the floor. Why don't you destroy that too?
Bonne idée. Va chier la brique de lait, tout est de ta faute. Va chier. Groupe tactique, mais au secours. Oh là, il y a bien des accès par ici. Alors attends, ça c'est là où on est arrivé. On est arrivé par là. Et là, j'avais vu d'autres escaliers. Des choses là, dans de l'argent. Et ça, qu'est-ce que c'est? La fenêtre d'une cave aperçoit les pieds des passants dans la rue. Dépenser. Oui, 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 oui. Ah, écoute, c'est en train de se faire. Hein. Là, faut que je déverrouille. Là aussi. Là aussi. Voilà. Pensez, elles sont là. Oh, calmez-vous. Je crois pas que j'ai un niveau. Je crois que je m'en suis servi de mon niveau. Ouais, ouais. J'ai pas de niveau, monsieur. Mais vous fumez, monsieur. Mais il clignote pour me dire que j'ai une nouvelle pensée, c'est tout. Vous fumez, monsieur. Interagir. Faire la note du frigo, je l'ai pas
The
regardé.
note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's... Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream
Machine à
maker.
glace.
Please take it home, ASAP.
Sulislav. Wasn't he one of Miss Lucan and Kilda's co-workers? I remember coming across this. It belongs inside a radio computer.
Qui est le jeune
Storing it.
rouquin?
Really? You don't
C'est
have it.
Kuno.
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if
Avez-vous
he
la
doesn't
moindre
know
idée de
what to
l'ensemble
do
où
with
je vais
it.
être la
I
machine
don't
à
know.
glace?
Didn't you see one right next to...
Si, je l'ai vu, t'inquiète. T'inquiète, t'inquiète. Art dramatique, conceptualisation. Ma veste est mieux. Ma veste est mieux. Et là, ça me dit, il serait peut-être temps de trouver la machine à glace. Et je l'ai trouvé, ta machine à glace. Le jeu, il clignote dans les pensées pour te dire, tiens, t'as peut-être une nouvelle pensée que tu pourrais conceptualiser. Le problème, c'est qu'il y en a plein, qu'il n'y a pas assez de place, qu'il faut que je déverrouille, que ça me coûte des niveaux, bla 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 bla.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get...
Didn't someone give you
Aha.
a perfect...
Equip the multi-tool by go...
Ouais. Je l'avais. TG. Je mettrai avec le pas prêt.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Quoi?
It has a hand-cranked ice cream. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like
Mais...
stirring your childhood dreams.
Mais nique-toi! Trouver le bon outil ou demander de l'aide de Suna. Mais j'ai le bon outil!
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It
Attends, j'ai bien
has
mis le
a
bon outil.
hand-cranked
Qu'est-ce que...
ice cream churner.
Oui! Elle est toujours allumée. Conceptualise mieux. Ta. Parce que là, tout ce que ça me dit, c'est faudrait ouvrir avec machin.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box.
Après...
The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, something close to you. Die.
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
Ah, c'est le givre, d'accord, je n'ai pas suivi.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Super. Allez, attention. Instrument physique. Alors, attends. On peut faire mieux que ça. C'est le moment. Instrument physique. Faut ça. On va se blinder de tous les équipements qu'on peut. Moins 2, donc sûrement pas. Ok.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it, ice malted, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Eh ben, apparemment, je pourrais faire ça demain. Du coup, je vais remettre un vêtement qui va bien. C'était pas la veste du soir, c'était pas ça. Plus de logique, plusieurs historiques. On n'a pas dit. Et j'avais mis. Qu'est-ce que j'avais mis? Ça, c'est mon chapeau, mais mieux. Faire de la perception, c'est pas top. Alors oui, déjà, faut que je remette ça. Et je crois que j'avais ça. Hein. Je me mets en satin. À moins que j'avais le polo blanc. Putain, je sais même plus ce que j'avais équipé. Quelle indignité. Parce que là, ça me fait perdre en suggestion. Bon, on va attendre demain. Ça aura sûrement dégivré d'ici là. En attendant, je vais reprendre mes clopes en main. Quoique je peux continuer de fouiller le reste. Hein. Ce que je vais faire, on va fouiller le reste du bâtiment.
Yes.
Mais non, pas toi. M'en fous de toi, je voulais prendre les escaliers, bordel. On va prendre les escaliers, on va fouiller le reste de l'étage. Sûrement des trucs intéressants. Les RPG le plus avancé de l'univers. LOL!
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red. The whole thing resembles Kedran mosaic tiles.
D'où je connais ça, moi, la mosaïque de Kedran?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of
Qu'est-ce que
radio
ça?
frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries.
Alors, ce serait un truc médical, tout ça?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart. They must have had massive air width. These things don't come cheap.
Passivité qu'il meneur de jeu.
Someone very important, a conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass
Et si
through.
c'est un jeu, qui est-ce qui y joue?
Whoever decides to call in, a list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 is. There's no way a little basement studio working here.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Ouais, rien que la bande aérienne devait coûter les yeux de la tête.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Quoi d'autre?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from.
Du coup. Voilà. Et on va intérioriser groupe tactique. Oh, je suppose que c'est un truc du genre ce qui me tue pas me rend plus fort. Ici.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there.
Raté.
Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Alors, les
These
dessins.
lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types
Jamais.
of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. One of the welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welking creatures.
Pourquoi passer autant de temps à les dessiner?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
Qui sont ces créatures? Qui les a dessinées? Est-ce qu'elles sont réelles? Plusieurs choses me taraudent.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Cette non-optimisation a fait exploser scène chez lui. Suprémaciste.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Eh ben c'était plus instructif, laissons les Welkin de
Just
côté.
look at those details.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscape. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic
Sprint,
words
mini
like sprint,
quotidienne.
daily minimi, and GPI. It looks a bit like minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called
Ouais, c'est un daily
RUM.
meeting quoi.
Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago.
Qu'est-il
but
arrivé?
failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod sketching filament for detail." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans.
Connexion des
Call
connexions, le
in,
cataclysme.
the full
Ouais.
text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black."
Ok, c'est un vieux studio de dev.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard?
C'est
and
évident,
fireplace?
c'est ce qui reste du studio de jeu radiophonique de Suna, Fortress Accident.
Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were their ambitions?
This is way above your tiny little.
Oh, j'en sais rien, je suis pas artiste.
Okay, well,
Like he's ready to lay out a fine.
it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on
Un
regular computers.
RPG. Comment pourrait-il le faire fonctionner?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard.
C'était la première fois que quelqu'un faisait un truc du genre?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina.
Not in Revachol Web.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interinsulary game before. We just don't have the technology.
Et c'est un jeu de rôle.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people.
Super cool.
Et à votre avis, qu'est-il arrivé à cette entreprise?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Eh ben.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
J'étais dingue de penser qu'ils allaient pouvoir faire ça. Le monde est froid et solitaire, ce jeu lui tiendrait compagnie. Finissons-le.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Allez. Le concept de l'art authentique.
Trite, contrived,
Moins de
mediocre,
coordination
milquetoast,
visio-tactile.
amateurish, infantile,
Mais la conceptualisation de
cliché
sa vie
and
soit plus 1 de
gonorrhea
morale et octroie des
ridden
XP.
beyond to conformism.
D'accord.
Fuck to me. Affront
Pourquoi pas?
to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination.
Le monde, c'est de la merde.
Reimagining of lip-wristed.
T'as remis quand je regardais pas.
premature,
Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai mis?
ill-informed attempt at talentless fuckfest. Recidivistic.
J'ai mis que dalle, moi. Lâchez-moi. Fais voir tes pensées. Elles sont là, mes pensées. Elles sont là. L'art, il était en train d'être fait. Il restait plus grand-chose quand j'ai mis le groupe tactique anti-objet. Rien remis, moi. Rien remis du tout, moi. Mais bien sûr qu'on peut en faire plusieurs à la fois. T'as qu'à avoir un jeu fini la prochaine fois. C'est l'atelier d'Emma. Est-ce qu'il y a avec la marque sillage imprimée sur la couche supérieure en bois? Je vais refaire ce jeu. Le mec il me donne des conseils sur la version 0.1 quoi. Des pales de rotor. Oh zut. Et là-dedans... Ouh, une mémoire filamentaire, planning de production. Tiens, tiens, tiens. On va regarder ça ici. C'est pas celle dont elle a envie, mais voilà.
Tiles on the cube are
Insérez le
still
planning de
like a
production.
smooth draw. The filament slides into place. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's.
Good evening. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulin. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Yvonne, c'est encore moi, vous allez bien?
Good, thank you. Please repeat.
Et si on mot de passe du planning de production?
Good. Please repeat the password.
Après la vie et la mort.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule.
Merci.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do?
C'est tout pour le moment, merci Yvonne.
Thank you. And good.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Alors,
Casting
impression.
with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing.
On va retirer le
The
planning.
filament slides out
Et
of
lire
it's
l'impression.
a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Lire sur le capital. Je veux tout savoir sur l'argent.
In its short time of existence, Fortress, the first tranche of seed financing, brought in 100. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 real.
Ils ont trouvé où tout ce pèse?
Let's just say it was a
Ça fait combien de temps qu'on vous a pas dit
for
pèse
their
pour dire
Ghanaian
argent?
investor.
Igo Niger. Une sacrée aventure. L'équipe.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping. Why
bien.
did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Pourquoi est-ce qu'il fallait autant d'artistes pour un jeu radiophonique?
It didn't.
Il n'était pas nécessaire d'avoir autant d'illustrateurs.
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when one of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy, not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic, it was impossible not to fail. The project was too... They tried to make a 4 million real. They thought they could bridge the gap. They couldn't.
Si je comprends bien, ils se sont fait hacker à cause de leurs ambitions.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
La quoi?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jim Spawn, Suliswaf, this place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air
c'était qui ces
the
gens?
world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
Il y avait combien de têtes?
So many. The last count, there were approximately
Et les bordels?
10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be
C'est combien
endless. Do
combien
you
de
really
possible
want to
ça?
know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Oh, c'est parti, ça va pas être si terrible. Beaucoup. Ah, c'est pas fini. C'est pas fini. Continuez.
The lieutenant taps his foot.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? J'ai déclenché l'apocalypse.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
C'est bon, j'en ai eu assez.
And that's it.
Et donc c'est ça qui les a
Well,
coulés.
yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
Ah.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian
et c'est à
Lintel
cause de
front.
cette anomalie que les
Just
données ont
as the
disparu comme
world
par enchantement.
untethered. When the project was returned, the team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider. But despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory
Vous n'avez pas
explanation.
aucune copie de secours?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Une explication tout ce qu'il y a de plus valable.
That's not what her colleagues... She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge.
Autre chose de la main de cette programmeuse en chef?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime 4 months later by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error. On the east is I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol. Sandbrun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Ok, d'accord.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework.
Ok, très bien. On ne sait plus sur ce qui s'est passé à ce niveau-là. D'accord. Très bien. Bon, il est temps d'inspecter l'appartement 28. Peut-être la dernière chose qu'on fera aujourd'hui. Le frigo est toujours pas... Enfin, le congélateur toujours pas délivré.
This orange machine is dead still. It has...
Est-ce qu'on a... On a un objet, mais c'est le... Ouais, c'est le cube. La mémoire filamentaire. Qu'est-ce qu'il nous dit? Voilà, machine à glace. Non, mais j'ai le bon outil, faut que j'attende que ça dégèle. Faut que j'attende que ça dégèle. Faut que j'attende... Ça se fait aujourd'hui. Enfin, ça se fait maintenant, puisqu'il est 21h passé. T'as pas fini ici? Bah, il me semble que si. Ou alors il y a encore un étage et j'ai pas fait gaffe, mais c'est pas grave. Peut-être encore un étage et c'est pas grave. Je vais mettre les bons outils dans la poche, à savoir la cloupe. Ok. Ils sont plus dehors, les petits vieux. Parce que tant qu'à faire. Tant qu'à faire. Non, hein. Bon, bah, on reviendra demain. On verra le lendemain. Les petits vieux seront revenus. On fera des choses. Hop. Allez. Appartement 28, à l'étage. Avec le temps de chargement qui va bien évidemment. Hop, tac. Petit balcon. Monsieur Garrett.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights. Its distant streets.
Ok, l'art ça va me faire du bien parce que la conceptualisation passive qui rapporte de l'XP. Ouh, c'est très bien ça. Nous avons trouvé une clé cachée sous une pierre. C'était la vôtre?
It was mine. My friends use it from time to visit me. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Honnêtement, j'essaie simplement de rien faire foirer.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Pourquoi je voudrais rencontrer votre ami?
Trust me. You do.
Je kiffe vraiment la vue depuis ici.
That's why I chose this place.
Wait. Suddenly you're digging things?
Ok, je lui parlerai. Mais d'abord, c'est avec vous que je veux discuter. J'ai des tonnes de questions.
That's nice, but I don't...
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard.
Besides, I've got to run.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Mais je viens juste de vous remettre la main dessus.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
Ok, seulement si vous me promettez qu'on se reparlera, c'est important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
Point de talent obtenu.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Il se carapate à chaque fois. Pourquoi il se carapate à chaque fois, Kim?
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
Il y a quelque chose aussi différent en lui, j'arrive pas à mettre le doigt dessus.
Different, of course.
Sa chemise. Pourquoi elle est toujours déboutonnée?
His shirt.
Sa chemise.
His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the...
His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt.
He's barely holding it together.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got to put it...
Oui, ben, zut. L'ami du dimanche. Ok. Là, on va pas faire ça. On va peut-être prendre des trucs en plus. Allez, des verrouilles. Hop là. Groupe tactique. Et là... Ah, j'ai dit t'as une machin, ça me fait perdre vachement de trucs. Vachelienne. Centre Wonty Dumpty. Verra plus tard. Allez, on va discuter avec l'ami du dimanche. On parle à l'ami du dimanche. Qui a vu les trucs. J'aurais peut-être pu m'équiper avec le vieux fusil. Donc j'y pense. Fusil antique, non, je peux pas m'en équiper. Hein. Ouais. Alors. Revue commerciale trimestrielle. En discuter, je fouille. Hein. Calendrier vide. Oh my! Peignoir en soie du dragon. Vieille photo du même appartement datée de l'année 01. L'odeur de parfum hors de prix pour homme flotte dans l'air. Des pots de peinture sur une couche de vieux journaux. Superbe lit à maldaquin en métal. La vaisselle trempe dans une marmite. Un chapeau samarin conique. Oh, le chapeau raciste.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
His hands are clean and well met.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé.
Oh là là.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Alors, nous y viendrons, mais pas avant que vous me racontiez l'histoire de ce chapeau samarin noir.
I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantan.
He's alluding to the decade-long War of Independence.
That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Vous avez assisté au lynchage?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Oh, notre chance tourne enfin.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Est-ce parce que vous êtes le coupable, monsieur Vildroin?
Because I did it?
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of.
Arrêtez de prendre pour un con le gratte-papier, c'est vous, pas vrai? Pardon, je me suis mal exprimé, je veux dire, qu'avez-vous?
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I...
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely... I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in. That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
Qui ça l'est? Pouvez-vous les décrire?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profession.
Combien était-il?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe...
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Y avait-il des costauds parmi eux du genre 200 kilos bien pesés?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite...
Qu'est-il passé
I
ensuite?
went back inside.
Were you able to see anything?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices.
C'était des
They were
hommes, des
separate,
femmes?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
Quelle était leur ethnicité?
I
Il ne
believe
pas
they
avoir
were
grand-chose.
mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
Attends. T'es en train de nous dire, j'ai pas vu si c'est des hommes ou des femmes parce qu'ils faisaient trop noir? Mais tu sais quelles ethnicités ils étaient? Bordel de merde.
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
Comment ça, il s'est rien passé? Un homme s'est fait lyncher?
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Pourquoi n'avez-vous pas appelé la MCR?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circ. I'm afraid I don't have any...
About what time?
All I can say is that it was late.
Donc je résume, vous n'avez pas réellement assisté à la pendaison, c'est ça?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following...
It seems this wasn't the break you... I think we have everything we need.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM.
Que va faire un officiel tel que vous à Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer. Like the economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
D'accord. Mais que faites-vous ici, dans cet appartement?
Ah, well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused.
Vous êtes une sorte de bureaucrate.
Yes. As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the
C'est
moral
quoi
intern
cette
is
communauté
joking.
internationale?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that
C'est
stop
quoi la
the
stabilité des
disaster
prix?
of the- It is the most important thing.
On ne parle pas du
It's the
tout.
central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability, which is essential.
Basically, it makes sure the price...
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
En dessous de 2% de quoi?
Not too far below. No. Too below is also bad. Below.
Vous répondez pas du tout à mes
But
questions.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles.
Allez, donne.
A sound monetary policy is essential for a... But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our
J'ai
information...
déjà entendu parler de cette morale
Making
interne, mais j'aimerais
information
bien en
available
apprendre
is
davantage.
the International Organization for Moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind...
Donc quand j'ai dit que j'étais un laquais
As
du
is the
capital, j'aurais dû dire que j'étais un sous-fifre de la morale interne?
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
Êtes-vous un moraliste?
But of course.
Mais pourquoi?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Lieutenant, vous êtes un moraliste?
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM.
A very moralist answer.
C'est ce que dirait un moraliste. Qu'est-ce qu'un monde normal et stable?
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranier, sur la clé.
J'ai pas l'impression que Martinez soit très stable ou normal ou stable.
Martinez? Non. Martinez is something else.
Et le reste de Revachol, ça fait partie du monde normal?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an... But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Je pense pas être un moraliste. Le moralisme est tellement ennuyeux, je suis en manque d'action. Tunisie pour les occupants étrangers. Revacholien. La Colonie n'est qu'une fumisterie tandis que la classe ouvrière étouffe sous la botte du capital. Ah, voilà. Voilà du communisme.
Of course, the detectives...
Ah, my friend. But the lesson of the revolution is that communism
Ça n'a pas
does
fonctionné
not
parce que
work.
la coalition l'a violemment écrasé. Vous dites que ce monde marche très bien.
It's moving towards the right direction and that's all. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude.
Parlez-moi de Sur la
What's
clé.
there to say? Sur la clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries.
Darlings, that can't be an official designation.
Pourquoi Vachol était la coqueluche de Sur la clé?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur la clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur la Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Très bien, les boulettes de viande et la purée. Parle-moi d'Oranier.
Oranier is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur la Clé, Oranier is
Lequel de ces deux pays
probably the
représente le
most...
plus le
As
PIS?
founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranier carries a lot of political weight, while Sur la Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur la Clé hosts the headquarters of the major...
D'accord, mais en dehors de l'EPIS, que représente Oranier?
Oranier's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced service.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranier.
Si vous pourriez parler comme le commun des mortels.
About what?
À propos d'Oranier, décrivez-moi juste à quoi ça ressemble.
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time.
Ok, j'ai ma dose d'économie, changeons de
Whatever you
sujet.
wish, officer.
Vous voulez me parler de votre ami?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra and life has not been easy for him. But he
C'est quoi
understands that
Kedra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS.
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez dire
That
par
it's
là?
never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21 and it's been pending ever since.
Et c'est quoi le PIS dont vous arrêtez pas de parler?
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And
Ok,
between
ça veut dire quoi au juste?
why it stands for progress and stability. Like the
Non,
Moral
que veut
Intern
dire
job.
l'acronyme?
It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next
Mais écoutez même pas ce que je vous dis. Hein.
a supranational political alliance, the United States of Occident.
Et ça va ressembler à cet
You
endroit.
mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
FHL va faire partie de l'EPIS?
It's one day going to be a candidate member.
Except that candidate members never
Vous
become...
n'avez pas dit que les membres candidats ne venaient jamais membres à part entière?
No, no, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have... But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Comment êtes-vous devenus amis?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the insular Indian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
Attends, vous êtes en train d'écrire l'occupation de Revachol par la coalition.
One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have...
There's a joke here, and you know what it is.
Une blague à faire était déjà sur le coup. Ouais, on m'appelle le maître de la jute oratoire. Ah ah!
Oh, how wonderful. I've heard it's oodles of fun.
The lieutenant lets out a long, nasal sigh.
On n'a toujours pas révélé son identité.
Sorry. Who?
Votre ami, le fumeur sur le balcon, on parlait de lui.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education.
C'est quoi son nom?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right?
Tout ce que vous pouvez me dire sur lui, c'est qu'il est ici pour étudier les arts.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as is.
Quelle sorte d'art?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking.
Que faites-vous seul dans cet appartement?
I'm just enjoying the view.
Quelle vue il fait noir dehors?
Listen.
The baby is crying in the
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
Comment ça?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
J'étais en train de m'intéresser à votre ami.
My friend comes and goes.
A busy bee. What an odd choice of
J'avais autre
words.
chose en tête.
I'm all ears, officer.
Bon, merde, merci, j'ai tout
A
ce qu'il faut.
moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Attends, pourquoi on se reparlerait plus jamais?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments.
Je vais nulle part, je vais juste jeter un œil à cet appartement.
Sure, go ahead.
De toute façon, j'ai regardé partout, on est d'accord. Oula. Sauvegarde automatique, j'ai débloqué un truc important. Alors. Ouais. Qui a appelé, je ne sais toujours pas. Le pantalon de Akuno, j'ai pas envie de l'acheter. Le numéro, il faudra que je rappelle la liste demain. Plus. De signature pour Everhart. Les fêtards. Faut que j'ai le truc. Tu as check la cuisine, elle a l'air sombre. Ouh là là, la cuisine, elle a l'air sombre. On va rien tenter d'autre, hein, on est d'accord. Si, le registre abîmé. Il est où le registre abîmé? Le docker endormi. Ouais. Carte épinglée, la releveuse de filet. C'est vrai qu'il laisse ça à faire éventuellement. L'alter, c'est mort. Prospectus de fête underground. Date de conférence d'université locale. C'était la cuisine très sombre. Alors, plus logiquement de suggestions, art dramatique, électrochimie, art dramatique. Voyons voir. C'était la cuisine très sombre. Et comme disait l'autre, c'était vraiment très intéressant. Mes clopes.
Was there anything else? I'm sorry to say I did.
Commencez depuis le début.
Officer, it's...
He holds out his hand.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so... I was on the balcony. That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was...
I went back inside.
Were you able to...
Officer, the yard... Well, that's... Eventually, their shouts... I'm afraid I don't...
About what time?
All I can say
Mais
is
pas regarder
that
votre montre?
my watch. No, I did.
It seems... I think we...
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCM.
J'étais pas allé, quoi. Oui, enfin, pour voir ce qu'il y avait à voir, merci bien, quoi. Bon, j'ai tout ce qu'il me faut.
I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you were looking for.
Bon.
Was there anything else? Of course. I'm sorry.
Eh ben, on n'a plus rien à voir ici. On n'a plus rien à voir ici. Bon. Il y a beaucoup de trucs qu'il faut que j'attende le lendemain. La boule perdue, bah ils sont partis dormir. Titus Hardy, ça n'aimerait que je puisse faire quoi que ce soit. Les insectes, c'est fait. Le cryptozoologue, c'est fait. Pouet. On a fait tout ça. Après, je pourrais foutre la merde, hein, mais pour le moment, j'ai pas trop envie, étrangement. J'ai pas trop envie, étrangement. Ok. Ok. Eh ben, je vais me coucher, ça peut être pas mal. Faut aussi que je falsifie le courrier. Faudrait que je falsifie le courrier dans ma chambre. Parce que l'autre, il veut des signatures pour son projet, mais bon, c'est un projet de pute, donc j'ai envie de lui dire merde. Allez. Déplace-toi, s'il te plaît, merci. Hop. Voilà, on va voir ce qui se passe ici. Rien de plus à dire? Non. Monsieur Machin, je peux toujours pas l'intimider.
The insane police officer is back.
The small man mimes, blowing his brains out. You see his rat face contorted in mock despair.
Parlez à Joyce, le mercenaire que vous avez pendu, c'est pas de venir vous faire la peau. Ouf, j'ai un témoin.
A witness? You ain't got. That's just contactis Titus.
Mon témoin n'est pas du coin.
Well,
he's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness. This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Son identité n'a aucune importance.
It's like you said, Al. Copper, I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper. What he claims
Le témoin a dit que la pendaison s'est déroulée en silence. Aucun cri, aucun brouhaha.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fuck.
Yeah. It's like they put Colbert.
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
Vous aurez imaginé en train de picoler et de beugler des champs de la chasse. C'est quoi ce silence de mort?
We were drinking, weren't we, guys?
Right. I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular
Le
hanging.
témoin a dit avoir vu 2 personnes d'origine aréopagite ainsi qu'un mesque.
Boss, I think he's trying to...
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too.
Le témoin a dit que ça ressemblait à une mise en scène surréaliste.
That means absolutely nothing.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out.
What is this fella's problem?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching stuff. I know you are lying, Shanky.
Great witness.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
J'ai parlé à Joyce, le mercenaire que vous avez pendu. Ah, c'est pas de venir vous faire la peau. Allez, on va lui faire peur avec 8%.
This time, you already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
Non, quelqu'un s'est fait violer, ensuite vous réussissez de dire qu'il foutaise.
Stop shitting your pants. The law.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
Je suppose qu'on a réfléchi bien, la loi c'est nous deux par ici.
No, asshole. You're nobody.
Stop yelling about...
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
J'ai parlé à Joyce.
Yeah. My friends.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Ouais, ils sont en train de constituer une sorte de tribunal. Ils vont venir vous trouver.
This is what happens if you take the law into your...
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Les mercenaires sont équipés d'armes automatiques.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ester 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Leurs balles peuvent faire percer une armure en céramique.
I guess we're gonna...
That was an unsure phrasing.
Qu'est-ce qu'on verra? Qu'elle rebondisse dessus?
Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't.
Ça, il s'est dit qu'ils ont constitué leur propre faction. Personne ne les contrôle.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho
Cette histoire de crénel, ça sent pas bon, vous le savez, pas vrai?
So are the local gangs. The fucking barmy. Yeah. What are they now?
These people are trained military professionals.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk.
Vous savez qu'un seul frelon géant de Ceres pouvait tuer 40 abeilles par minute?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Vous êtes les abeilles et ils sont le frelon.
We're not bees. We're men. Easy, E. He's trying to phase you.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay.
Ok, ils vont vous laminer, Titus.
No, they won't. Get out of here.
All he means is that this...
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
This room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco.
Est-ce que j'ai déjà vu ça?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was
ah bah évidemment la chatte, il faut ça.
Exclusively men sitting on desks.
J'ai pigé, Titus. Ici, c'est vraiment vous qui faites la loi.
Hein?
Vous ressemblez vraiment à des vrais flics, en train de branler les mouches, une bière à la main.
You got a problem with beer?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
C'est pas encore, rajoute-en. Ah non, moi aussi, j'adore la bière. Et me tirer la nouille au lieu d'aider les gens.
You saying we don't help people?
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's...
So what?
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Un coup de pression. Une personne a été violée, elle a besoin d'être conseillée. On doit lui parler. Coup de pression. Est-ce qu'il y a un des deux trucs qui a vraiment une pression pour lui? L'important, c'est pas le coupable, mais la victime. Elle a besoin d'aide.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him.
Ah, mais j'ai dit du mal de la bière, hein. Ça y est, il en pouvait plus.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. If you don't, if you question her.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due.
Merci.
She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one.
Oui, non, mais oui. Calme-toi, la bière, la pression, lol. Je l'avais en tête.
I'm on due. With an O-U.
Ah, c'est la blonde qu'on a vue au tout début.
Shit. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Classier.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall.
Miss Orangé dans ce disco.
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Plus ça va, plus c'est pire. Allez. C'est l'heure de niquer son sang-froid. Oh!
After the victim's name, but no one notices.
J'ai rien dit.
Your spine is too damn straight. None of these people would ever suspect you've met her.
Ah, ce ménon. Oh, la détresse d'un homme. Ah, j'ajoute de façon inexplicable le mot cool après le nom de la victime. Personne ne le remarque.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this.
Quelle était sa relation avec le personnage?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship.
It was like that karaoke incident.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
Quand le viol a-t-il eu lieu?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it?
It would help if we establish a time.
All right. 2 weeks maybe. I don't...
Here you go, boss.
Quelle était votre relation avec elle?
I know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what.
Well enough, Copper. We part.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
Donc, elle n'est pas du coin.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranya.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some... Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look.
Du bon temps, vous avez
fall
dit.
silent.
C'est-à-dire...
What do you think I meant?
Vous avez fait du sesque?
Yeah, pretty much.
Donc vous étiez proche?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not...
He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Dans 2 jours, ton perso, il meurt même si tu réussis tes tests. Oh, c'est le sel qui parle chez Beryl. Je crois que je la connais.
You don't know her.
C'est tout faux, je la connais.
Not the way I do.
Merci, nous irons lui parler.
Remember what I said. Freight train of...
Bon, bah je vais mettre les voiles. Ok, il lui fallait de l'autorité dans la gueule. La chance a été de notre côté. Alors, nouveau concept.
Anti-object task
Le
force.
groupe tactique anti-objet.
Behold,
Qu'est-ce que
the
ça donne?
anti-object task force has assembled.
Douleur transcendée,
God's
+1,
avenging
oui.
angel, arrayed
Ok.
against the lower
Attaquer
emanations of the dark
Attaquer des objets physiques, soigner les dégâts.
tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces.
Oh, le coin
You're
de table.
reforging the universe.
Le
From the
coin de
anvil of
table.
the heavens
Il
to the
devient une
worms
pharmacie.
below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new...
Oh là là. Ok. Ok, c'est drôle. Qu'est-ce que je mets? Est-ce que je mets ça ou est-ce que je mets ça? Assister, allez-y. Contact Mike. Allez, on va prendre Contact Mike. Il n'y a pas grand-chose à penser. Hop. Parler à la victime. Putain, je voulais m'arrêter là. Vous savez quoi? Je crois que c'est ce qu'on va faire. Parce que lui, il a rien à dire là. Ouais. Je vais monter à l'étage. Je vais essayer de falsifier le courrier. Le karaoké, il veut pas. Et j'ai pas de cassette. J'ai pas de cassette. J'ai pas de bande. J'ai pas encore de bande pour le karaoké. Alors, avant de faire ça... Alors, non, parce que... Est-ce que il y a moyen que j'utilise dans interagir
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Ouh là là. Alors, j'ai réussi du 28%. J'ai réussi du 8%. Ça veut dire que lui, je le foire. Est-ce que je peux pas m'occuper avec de l'affinité mécanique? Non, j'ai déjà les gants. Hein, les gants qui donnent plus 2. Sans franc mise en scène. Ouais, j'ai que ça qui fait de machin mécanique. Que ça qui fait de l'affinité mécanique. Mais ça, c'est encore des gants, donc non.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you... Indeed, they look distinctly but they're not. And the document will be nullified if they dispute it. All you need to do now, there was a mail delivery box in the plaza.
Ok. Très bien. Le signature, c'est mort. Tatouage avec Team, je peux encore demander à quelqu'un, il faudrait que je le trouve. Alice, faut que je rappelle. Le pantalon de Kuno, nick. toute façon, faut que je devienne proche avec lui. Et ça va être compliqué. Est-ce que je peux pas aller taper à la porte de Kim? Non. Ok. Dans ce cas, je vais sauvegarder là. Et vu que j'ai envoyé Kim se coucher, ce qu'on fera la prochaine fois, c'est qu'on ira dormir. On ira dormir. Et on ira aussi interroger Miss Orangier, qui nous dira comment s'est passé son viol. C'est une chose horrible, mais c'est nécessaire pour faire progresser l'enquête. Est-ce qu'il y a du peuple sur Twitch? Il y a la team du samedi qui fait du Don't Starve Together. Est-ce qu'ils sont en train de finir correctement? Est-ce qu'ils sont en train de finir tout doucement? Ou non, ils ont pas l'air de finir, hein, ils sont en pleine bagarre. Je vais vous envoyer chez Angle Droit, parce que, pourquoi pas, voilà. Note pour moi-même et des PNJ qui font de l'autorité pour le prochain scénario. Ouais, comme ça je ferai des réussites sur, avec un malus de 5. Allez. Hop. Hop. Merci beaucoup d'être venu, d'avoir suivi. Passez une bonne nuit. On se retrouvera demain matin pour continuer Pokématin, parce qu'il y a Pokémon Blanc 2, parce qu'il n'y a pas de raison, parce que voilà. En attendant, passez une bonne soirée. Prenez soin de vous, des autres, vaccinez-vous. Prenez soin de vous. Respectez les gestes barrières, surtout. Hein, c'est le principal truc. Voilà, de base. Et à la prochaine. Allez, ciao.